joints right here, man, that you play when you feeling down on your ism, right? Play this shit right here and resuscitate your pimpin' and get you right back on your mission, right? For you hoes, this that shit you play when you ain't feeling like super hoe today. Play this shit right here and spark up your hoeing and get you right back going, you dig? Dig this. Pimps for real, don't mistake it for fashion. The turf that birthed my reputation for mashing was the track with active, attractive hoes. Professional goers that attract the dough. Like magnets to metal, never settle. We scorching them fag down 7 below in the snow for dough. Over 120 in the sun for fun. They mash for hours, hooker baths, not showers. Bright and early, down and dirty for the cash and power. They gotta get the cash, the towers, and reach it all to a pimp. In my position, I'm all but exempt. These bras not wimps, I'm like them renegade bitches. BFFs with tricks but never getting paid riches. Grenade bitches, they dynamite, blowing up on the pimpin' and missing when the time is right. But when they life gets strife, they see pimpin' shining bright, but they action is life without. Bitch, one strike you out. Can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga. See, that's the difference, nigga. The pimpin' mashin' for these riches, nigga. Nothing like you master magician niggas. Smoking mirrors with your game, hella extras to reflect the opposite appearance of a lame. Bitches coming from y'all, I can't rock with those. Tender-footed and rooted in them doctor shows. Soft shoe rituals, minute residuals. Papers on life support, your loots and critical. Something I learned about when running my earn route and working with turnouts is murdering burnouts. Cause knocking one of you niggas for a scarred bitch, that's knocking one of you niggas for some garbage. I'm heartless regardless, empty with sympathy, but banked up to the max with pimpathy. No remedy for me, I'm like this. My life is vice grip, synced in permanent ink. You can't rewrite this. My blood type is P positive, beautifully deposited with a lot of it. I'm popping this shit, and when I pop it so hard I make a trapping ass bad bitch wanna hold hard. Can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga. Come on, pimpin', man, pop that shit. Show these sucker niggas they can't stop that shit. Let these hookers know if they wanna cop that shit. Treat the bag like it's hot, bitch, and drop that shit. And to you hoes, if you ever took a loss, bitch, show these bitches how to bounce back like a boss, bitch. Let them know that the best way to floss, bitch, is reach that paper to some pimpin' hoe and toss it. Can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga. What's happening with y'all? Y'all already know, man. First order of business. Wipe your feet off at the door when you step into a pimp's domain. Hit that like button. Y'all let me know if y'all can hear me cool. Is my audio cool? Do my mic sound nice? Before we continue. Let's see. What the feezy? Come on, man. What is going on? Trying to make sure y'all can hear me. Somebody let me know something. Okay. Oh, you good on the audio. Cali Kid, good looking, man. All right, man. So, y'all already know my first order of business. I got to hydrate my game. Can't do nothing without the game being hydrated. Yeah. Cheers to the game. I see my loved one, as usual, always kicking the dough down with the love, man. Ray Gunn, good looking with the $2 holla. Glory to this game. Blessings to the chat. R.I.P. Sin. Man, appreciate you, man. Yeah, man. Life is a blessing, man. It truly is. And I really been in the bit. I mean, I always kind of been in that business of counting my blessings, but lately, man, I really been in the business of counting my blessings, right? And you know, I got to talk about it because a lot of people are depressed, a lot of people going through it, and no matter what your circumstance is, as long as you above ground and you breathing, you blessed. And there's so many blessings within that. But, you know, things that go on in life can easily distract you from keeping that in mind. And if you just really stop and think about it, man, you blessed in a whole lot of ways. If you watching this video, you blessed. If you're able to hear this video or see this video or both, you are blessed. And excuse me. You know, that's just what I've been in the business of doing lately, right? Extremely. And a part of counting your blessings is making good use of your blessings. See, a lot of us understand that we're blessed in a lot of different ways, but a lot of us don't make good use of our blessings like we should and could. Speaking of blessings, Brother Bill, as always, my brother in iron, you dig? My brother with the, hold on, the microphone in the way. My brother with the yokes like me. My brother with the yokes like me, Bill, good looking. With the $2 holla. Glory to God for this game. Long live Philip Brandon Gilmore. 16.6% body fat. Dig that. Yeah, I don't know what my body fat percentage is right now, but we probably kind of similar. I'm somewhere in that range, I would guess. I'm not exactly sure where I'm at right now, but I would guess that I'm somewhere in that range too. But yeah, man, 16% body fat. See, not only is Bill 16.6% body fat, but you know, Bill ain't no little dude. You know, Bill got some muscle mass on him. So, you know, it's one thing if you 16.6% body fat, but you skinny, but Bill ain't skinny. You know what I mean? Bill got some yokes on him. You did. Bill been putting in that work. So, yeah, that's what's up, man. But yeah, man, like I say, man, you know, I just been doing my best to make the most of the things that I've been blessed with, man. And it's a beautiful thing, man. This trip has served me a lot of justice, man. You know, sometimes you need things and you don't realize how much you need them until you receive it or you experiencing it. And this trip was something that I really needed, for real, for a long time. And it's definitely serving like so much justice, man. Can't see that. Mogul Naj, good looking with the $5 holla. built by plants. Dig that. Not just plants, you know what I mean? Pimp got some protein up in there too from the meats. You dig, from the animals, man. You know, it's a whole lot of plants, but at the same time, it's some salmon in there, it's some turkey in there, and all that, partner. You dig? But yeah, man, speaking of weight and body fat and all of that, as a lot of y'all know, I did a 5-day fast at the beginning of this month. The first 5 days of this month, I didn't eat. I only was putting this in my body. This the only thing I was this and green tea. So I was drinking water and green tea for the first 5 days of October. And one thing I definitely noticed is my core area, you know what I mean? My midsection, you know, Pimp lost a few inches right here, you know what I mean? Around this area right here, you dig? Got a little flatter. My belt fitting a little, you know, you know how you got them notches on the belt? Man, this one particular belt, right, that I be wearing, I can remember last year when I was on like the second to the last notch of this particular belt, right? I was on the second to the last notch. I let myself get a little bit out of control. This was probably the biggest my waist has ever been. And you know me, I ain't never been like obese or morbidly obese or anything like that. But it was a point in time last year that I had let my waist get kind of out of control. This area right here wasn't cool. And, you know, I was lifting weights and shit. And, you know, so I had, you know, still some muscle mass. But that shit ain't fly, man, when you, you know, you got muscle mass all up here and all this type of, but you got this going on. You know what I mean? This ain't cool. You can't have this going on. You know what I mean? You see how my chest, that's how I like to look. This just freeze. I like for my chest to stick out further than my stomach. That's just me. You know what I mean? But muscular though. Cause some dudes, they chest stick out a little further than their stomach, are about the same, but they got knockers though. You know what I mean? You can't have no knockers, man. You got to have pecs. You got to have, you know, pecs, you know what I mean? You got to have them, you dig? But yeah, last year, like I said, my belt, I was on the second to the last hole, almost to the point where I was gonna have to get a bigger belt, right? Now, that same belt, I put it on the other day, and I'm on the first hole, like the first smallest hole of that same belt, you know. So I done trimmed it down. Like I can't remember exactly where what size my waist was, but I want to say I was like, man, I was at like a 38. I ain't never been at no 38 before. That's how I knew I had to tighten up. But I think I was at like a 38. Like last summer. Yeah, it was like last summer. I think I was at like a 38, man. I had let myself get out of control. But, you know, a lot of people probably couldn't really see it. Some people probably could, though, but it wasn't like, it didn't just look crazy because I still had a lot of muscle mass. I was still big up top. So it didn't look too ridiculous. But for me, it was ridiculous. You know, I ain't never had no 38 waist. But right now, I measured my waist this morning, and I was a little bit under 34. You know what I mean? I was a little bit under 34, so that was cool. Now, when I first came to Colombia I got here on the 2nd. Around that time, this was like during the fast, right? I started my fast in Costa Rica and I ended it here, but I think I was at like 35 or a little bit under 35. Put it like this, I done lost about an inch off my waist since I've been here, like the 2 weeks that I've been here, or almost 2 weeks that I've been here in October. Put it like that. in the month of October, I done lost about 1 inch off my waist. But during those 5 days of that fast, just within them 5 days, I lost probably like 1/2 inch on my waist. You know what I mean? And so that was one thing that was good. But, you know, another thing that's good about it is, you know, all this, like when you got a lot of fat in your stomach area, you know, most of that fat 9 times out of 10 is visceral fat. And, you know, I've heard the term visceral fat. I've been hearing that term, you know, over the years, but lately I've been researching and finding out, you know, more and more about visceral fat and how bad it is and how unhealthy it is and the problems that it can cause for people. And man, that visceral fat, that shit ain't no joke. And you know, it wraps around your organs, and it makes it hard for your organs to function the way that they're supposed to when you got a lot of visceral fat in your core area. You know, so that shit ain't cool, man. And the more I learned about visceral fat, the more determined I was to, you know, tighten up my core area. Man, damn, it's on that phone. I can't show y'all because I really use that phone to track my steps, but this phone tracks them too. I just think the iPhone, the app that's on my iPhone tracks my steps better than the app on this Android. I got to get a better step counter. But this will give you somewhat of an idea. Let me show you. Let's see. Oh, wait. How do you... See, this ain't really accurate because it was sometimes too where I wasn't walking with this phone on me. But you kind of can get an idea. You see that this is in September. Now for the whole month of September, I say I averaged about 14,000 steps a day. It's like each week I was stepping it up. Like towards the beginning of September, like the first week, I was averaging probably like 11 or 12,000 steps, and then the next week I was averaging 12 to 13. The next week after that, 14 to 15. But for the whole month of September, see, this app don't really show it like that either. But my other app shows you like how many steps you average each month. It shows you for the month. This is only showing you for the week at that time, but this gives you an idea of what I was doing in September. But basically I was averaging about 14,000 steps a day, which is about, I want to say about 6 miles. I was averaging somewhere between 6 to 7 miles a day walking. I had like a little route that I had got familiar with over there in Costa Rica that I would walk that same route every day, and it was the total of that walk was about 6 miles. And then sometimes, you know, I might get more steps in going to the different stores and different destinations and shit like that. But yeah, man, I was getting it in for September, man. And it was, man, it feels so good. You know, like I was telling y'all, one thing that walking did for me in particular was my ankles getting swelled up. I don't know if it's edema or whatever, but, obviously with me getting all these steps in every day is helping with my cardiovascular situation. So my blood flow is a whole lot better. You know, when you active like that, it's going to keep your blood flow right. You dig? Bill says, oh shit. Bill says visceral fat is deadly. You want your visceral fat to be at 0. A DEXA scan will tell you your visceral fat, organs, all that. Yeah, I need to go get a DEXA scan my damn self, especially while I'm down here, because I know it's probably way cheaper here than it is in the States. I heard like in the States for a DEXA scan, some places be like, anywhere from some hundreds of dollars to some thousands of dollars in certain places. But I think most places you could probably get a DEXA scan in the States probably for like, I'm guessing maybe like $200 or something. And if you got insurance that covers it, you probably don't have to pay, or you might have to pay like a small copay or something like that. I don't know. But while I'm here, I need to go ahead and get me a DEXA scan because it's probably going to be way cheaper here than it is up there. So, but yeah, I do need to go get one. But that's real talk, Bill. Bill says, "Yup. Macro counting, and I weigh and track my food. My cut is currently 2,400 calories, 200 grams of protein, 264 grams of carbs, and 60 grams of fat." That's what's up, Bill. Yeah, me myself, I kind of keep track of my the weight of each category of my food. Probably not as precisely as you, Bill, but my protein, I'm probably getting like 230 grams of protein per day, which is a little more than my goal. My goal is to get like at least 210 grams of protein per day, but I'm probably getting like 230 right now. And my carbs, I couldn't really tell you. My fat, I couldn't really tell you either. I need to get more fat though. I do know that. But I think I get a good amount of fat from cause I eat an avocado every day. I put a whole avocado in my salad. So, I'm not exactly sure how much fat I'm getting. Carbs, I don't know how many carbs I'm getting, but I know it's low because my carbs come from vegetables. And vegetables are dense. So, when it comes to calories, so, just to take a wild guess, me personally, I think that I'm under 100 grams of 100 grams of carbs per day. I really do. I think I'm under 100 grams of carbs. But yeah, I think my fat is pretty cool. I kind of would like to get more fat though. I got to figure out how I'm gonna do that. Oh, the olive oil too, or avocado oil. I put avocado oil in my salad, and I put a whole avocado in there. So that's pretty good on the fat tip. But yeah, like Bill said, man, I'm trying to get my visceral fat to zero my damn self. You dig? Bill said, I'm trying to get that 34 waist. Man, Bill, I'm trying to get to like a 31 at least. If I get to a 31, I'll be happy with myself. I'll be happy with myself. But yeah, I'm under a 34. I'm like 33 and 3/4 probably, or 33 and 5/8, something like that. But it feels good though, man. That like being overweight, I don't see how some people do it, man. That shit's so uncomfortable. Cause I ain't never been like morbidly obese, but just having all this excess weight around your core, man, that shit is uncomfortable. So I don't see how some people live their whole life like that. But I can't really blame them though, because especially us as Americans, like we are like really set up for failure, man. We in a vicious cycle of just unhealthy living, man. It's messed up. The Car King, as always, good looking with the $10 holla. Definitely blessed to still be here. I was just in the hospital for a pulmonary embolism, blood clot. Stuff ain't no joke. If you don't have your health, you don't have anything, for real, for real. Man, I'm grateful that you still here too, Car King, man. I'm so glad that the Most High spared you on that one, man. Cause as y'all know, that's the same thing that took Sinful to P from us, you know, early. Too early. You know, my uncle James, man, he died from COVID December of 2020. And you know, of course COVID kind of amplified the situation, but he ultimately died from pulmonary embolism as well. He had Unc had a whole bunch of blood clots, man. Rest in peace, my Uncle James, man. Yeah, that ain't no joke, man. So, man, I'm glad you still here, man. I already know with a situation like that, that's gonna make you get on top of your health like no other. Car King, good looking once again with the $5 holla. It was scary too, because I remember a blood clot is a part of what took sin from us. Right, exactly what I was just saying. I had that same cough going on too. Take care of your health, y'all. Yeah, man. And see, you know, it's just it's so crazy, right? Because there's so many things that you can do for your own health, but you just got to be inclined. And once you're inclined, it's so simple. Like, it is so simple to do so many things for yourself, for your health. And you know, like I was just talking with my moms the other day, and you know, my mom, she go to the hospital, especially because she older now. She just turned 65 a few months ago. So, you know, mom's always going to get checkups, and she always at the doctor, and, you know, all that type of stuff. And I asked her, I said, out of all these years of you going to doctors, have they ever said anything to you or suggested anything to you about your diet? And she said no. She said it was only one doctor that kind of said something like remotely close to that. But for the most part, you know, all the doctors that she done had and been, you know, paid visits to over the years and stuff like that, you know, they ain't never suggested anything. Like, whenever she had health issues, they've never suggested anything to her about her diet, right? And, you know, I've been watching a lot of interviews with different doctors on YouTube, right? And a lot of them say the same thing, that when they were in medical school, like, because a lot of them had to like learn certain things on their own, right? And a lot of them say that when they were in medical school, you know, they don't tell them anything about diet and, you know, how your diet affects you, good or bad or whatever. You know, they had to learn a lot of things on their own. So, you know, I say all of that to say, you know, like I said, it's a vicious cycle where on one end you got the supposed health industry, right? On the other end you got the food industry. And it's like they ping pong back and forth. You know, like I said, you got the health industry, you got the food industry. The food industry on this side is, you know, damn near everything that you see in the grocery store is going to send you over here to the health industry. And then the health industry is going to prescribe you with some medication that's not really going to help you. It's like putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound, but then you go back over here eating the same shit, not knowing that the stuff that you're eating over here is sending you over here to the health industry. you know, and it's crazy, man, you know, because it's so subtle. It's so unsuspecting, and things take a long time to get bad. And you know, again, it's so simple once you become inclined to learn certain things that you could do for yourself as far as your health. And it take a little discipline, especially because most of us was raised eating unhealthy shit. But if you love life like I do, certain decisions is easy to make, man. If you really love your life, man, and appreciate your life, certain decisions shouldn't be hard for you to make when it comes to what you put in your mouth. And it's crazy, man. It's this brother that I just got hip to. He's real big on YouTube, but I never heard of him until recently, right? And I don't know how this shit even popped up in my algorithm, man. I don't have a clue how this shit popped up. Maybe because I've been looking at a lot of health shit, and it does have to do with health. But it's this brother. What's? Let me see if I can find him. Let me see. I think. Let me see. Okay. Give me just a second, y'all. If you ain't wiped your feet off at the door when you stepped into a pimp's domain, please do so now. Hit that like button, man. Okay, I gotta show y'all this, man. Now, I'm sure a lot of y'all, you know, like I said, I wasn't hip to the brother. Okay. This brother Dame Drops, right? Now, I'm sure some of y'all, you know, he got almost 2 million subscribers, so I'm sure some of y'all might be subscribed to him or you probably at least heard of him. I never heard of this brother until recently. He done been on all kind of different, you know, talk shows, and, you know, he was real viral, I guess, like 10 years ago or so, and he, you know, he been popping ever since on YouTube. But so as you can see, he does food reviews, right? And see, I just want y'all to pay attention. Now, you see what he's doing, and this was 4 days ago. Now, I know this is how he make his money, right? But what did the Car King just say? The Car King just told us, let me go back to his quote and say it verbatim. The Car King says, quote, if you don't have your health, you don't have anything. For real, for real. And I couldn't agree more, right? Now, this bro, and you can see that he got some size on him. He not no little dude, right? And I was watching a video of his. I think he said he like 6'6" or something. So not only is he tall, but he's big, right? But as the Car King said, if you don't have your health, you don't have anything. And I know that this is how, you know, this is what put him on was the food reviews, right? This how he made, you know, his bones on YouTube, and this is what got him going. This is how he make his money, right? But again, if you don't have your health, you don't have anything. You see what he doing? This was 4 days ago. He's doing a review of the honey barbecue chicken at KFC. Right? Now, some of y'all probably might have seen what I'm about to talk about, and you already probably know where I'm going with this. But this is crazy. Let me see. I'm trying to see if any of y'all hip to him. Trying to get your family members to eat healthy is a dead-end job. The truth slanger, you ain't ever lied about that. It ain't easy. I know it ain't, man. Man, what? Hold on, man. Hold on, man. Man, people play too much, man. Man, that can't, man. Man, what? God damn. That just messed my whole damn. Man, that's crazy, man. Why I always gotta get this type of news when I'm live, man? This shit is crazy. Damn. God damn. Damn. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm, mm. Damn. Mm, 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 mm. God damn, man. That's crazy. Damn, man. That's crazy, man. Shit. Yeah, man. I'm sure y'all reading it in the comments, man, like I am, man. And some of y'all probably didn't got the news some other type of way, man. That just changed the whole direction of where I was going with this video, man. God damn. Mm, mm, mm. Yeah, man. Rest in peace to D'Angelo. That's crazy to even say that, man. That's wild. God damn. This shit is crazy. Damn, the brother just died today. $51 old, man. God damn. But damn, man, that's crazy. But see, it's crazy. What's so crazy is that, man. First of all, rest in peace to D'Angelo, man. May the mercies of the Most High rest upon D'Angelo. May his family and loved ones be blessed with a peace that surpasses all human understanding, man. Man. It's so crazy because Angie Stone, we just lost Angie Stone. Now we done lost D'Angelo. Damn. Man, I know they child, they got a son. I see it says right here, man. Man. God damn, man. Man. To lose your mother and your father in the same year, man, that's crazy. God damn. Man, man, man. And see, I gotta say this, right? You know, let me. I'm just curious about something. I gotta look something up, right? Give me just a second, y'all. I'm looking something up. Hold on. Now, peep this, right? Because, so for those of y'all who didn't know or who don't know, D'Angelo was fighting pancreatic cancer, and that's what took him out, right? Now, peep this. Now, these are some of the countries with the highest rates of cancer, right? Australia has the highest age standardized cancer rate, incidence rate, while China, United States, and India have the highest total number of cancer cases. Other countries with high cancer incidence rates include New Zealand, Ireland, Denmark, right? So you see how US is like up there, and it's crazy because China got what? I'm just off the top of the head. I want to say China has like 5 times the population of the U.S., if not more. I could be off, but China, you know, they got 4 million new cases in 2020, right? The United States, it's crazy how India got a bigger population than the United States as well, but United States is over them. Needless to say, like we one of the top countries as far as cancer goes, right? Now peep this. Countries with the lowest cancer rates: Niger, Sudan. I don't even know how to say that country, but I know it's in Africa. But you see how like the countries with the lowest cancer rates are in Africa, right? Um, Obviously, it's something to do. It got to have something to do with the diet. There's a lot of foods that have been known to cause cancer. Uh, but even beyond that, right? One thing that we know for sure is that sugar, which in the United States, a lot of our diet has sugar in it. A lot of the foods that we, like I was just talking about, the shit that we get from the grocery store, most of it has way too much sugar in it. And, sugar and cancer is a bad combination. But just like I was talking about, the doctors ain't going to suggest certain things to you or tell you things as far as your diet goes. You know, Anybody that has cancer, the last thing you should be doing is just eating the same way you always been eating, right? And but that's what the doctors will let you do. You got cancer, they'll medicate you, put you through chemo, all that type of stuff, but they won't tell you anything about your eating habits. They won't tell you anything about fasting. They won't tell you anything about whole foods. And I ain't talking about the store whole foods. I'm just talking about eating whole foods, period, right? They won't tell you anything about that type of stuff. But to be fair to the doctors, they aren't, when they go to school again, they're not educated about that type of stuff. They don't educate that's not a part of their education. Uh, you know, how food correlates to health. and how, certain foods will kill you ultimately and certain foods will help you live. They not educated on, you know, but it's crazy, man, because it's just so much going on. My auntie, which today is her birthday, I gotta call my auntie and wish her happy birthday, but she just had a stroke not too long ago. My sister's auntie, which is her auntie on her dad's side, she has cancer right now. She's fighting cancer. I can't remember where it started, but I know the cancer has spread to her lungs and I think to her brain and just different parts of her, different organs in her body. But she's still fighting though, right? But I can't help but to think like, could these health issues have been prevented if their diets were different? And I really, really want to bet on yes. Right, like Green Goblin said, not taught about any natural remedies. And then the health industry is so cold, like things that are proven to be effective naturally, they'll like try to debunk it and say that it's, there's not enough evidence or there's not enough, facts to validate this as, they always come with that bullshit. When you got people that say, yeah, I was diagnosed with cancer, but then I went on a fast and I changed my diet and I got rid of the cancer. You got people that are giving their testimonies about stuff like this. But, I guess that ain't convincing enough to the health industry, especially because, it goes against their agenda, which is the bottom line is money. So the more people that are sick, the better for them. Benny Azul says, doctors are educated on how holistic foods heal. They just take a Hippocratic path upon graduating and swear to never say they can heal anything and go along with with Big Pharma's agenda. They probably do get like educated to a certain extent about holistic foods, but I don't like the education ain't as extensive as the other areas that they get educated in. And then not just that, but man, something that a lot of people also ain't gonna talk about is the fact how a lot of doctors cheat. they cheat their way through school, man. A lot of doctors, a lot of lawyers, a lot of doctors that's operating on you, a lot of lawyers that's representing you in cases, man. They cheat. That's a whole different conversation, but it's something that goes on for sure. I remember somebody I know, they was telling me about a doctor that they know. It's a real doctor, got degrees and everything, and he never graduated high school. He ain't got no high school diploma, but he got degrees from universities, and he's a certified doctor. My wife's a doctor. They have all the facts for meds that are killing them at the same time. Yeah. Dr. Sebi wasn't the only one looking into Dr. Jennifer Daniels. Yeah, like Sylvia said, yeah, at this point, we better start reading and researching for ourselves. That's what you got to do, man. And see, that's the one beautiful thing about the internet, right? Is that just about anything that you want to know, any kind of information that you want to, seek out is available on the internet. You just have to be inclined to seek it. And like I said, that's one thing I've been on lately, man, is it's like I done changed it's a trip. Cause I didn't think YouTube was so flexible with the algorithm like that. Instagram not so much. Instagram, it's like Instagram, they gon' force ass shaking, bitches twerking. No matter how you try to change your algorithm up, at least for me, Instagram is gonna put that in your face. Instagram is gonna put big booty bitches, Instagram is gonna put that in your face. But YouTube, to my surprise, I've kind of like damn near changed my whole algorithm on YouTube, man. A lot of the stuff that used to get suggested to me don't even really get suggested to me no more. A lot of health shit be getting suggested to me though, because that's mostly all I've been watching lately is, videos related to health. So that's one thing that's kind of dope. But I say all of that to say, again, whatever you want to know is available on the internet. You just got to be inclined, man. But like somebody, I forget who made that comment earlier, about trying to get your family to eat healthy. Man, especially when all the bullshit is just so convenient. If you got somebody that's lazy and don't like to prepare their own food, and they addicted to the convenience of Uber Eats and DoorDash, and they Uber eating and DoorDashing, McDonald's and Taco Bell and Pizza Hut, all this bullshit. It's hard to take somebody, especially if they ain't been through no, scary type situation where they almost, and then some people do. Like man, my uncle Dexter, man, he ate real bad for a long time, man. And he ate way too much for a long time. And, even after so many health issues, man, God bless my uncle's soul, man, but he was just so accustomed to eating the way that he was eating, it, but, I'm grateful for my uncles, man, because like I told y'all before, man, I grew up with 10 uncles and I only got 2 left. And out of my 8 uncles who've passed away, yeah, pretty much the majority of them, like they health wasn't like a big thing, you know. And to be fair, that's just, being American, man. Eating the way that we eat, shopping where we shop, doing what we do, being around who we be around, you know. And then it's like, when you raised a certain way, I ain't gonna lie, man, my grandmother's food, most of it ain't cool, but it's cool. It's cool. You know what I mean? My grandma, man, she was a beast in the kitchen. So when you grow up like that, and then too, you know, like I said, this stuff is a long process. A lot of it, so a lot of it takes years and years and years to like really, really do the damage that it's gonna do. So, you know, it's unsuspecting for a long time. But like I said, I'm grateful for my uncles, man, because even when all the ones who passed, that passed, were still here, you know, some of them had diabetes, hypertension, all this different type of stuff, right? So that's like seeing them, that's one thing that made me tighten up on my health, you know, around the age of 30. When I turned 30, I was like, man, you know, I ain't trying to have the same issues that my uncles got. And a lot of it has to do with being, you know, overweight, but not, let me say, not just overweight, morbidly obese, being morbidly obese, and then, you know, drinking, smoking, all that type of stuff. You know, I don't want to have them issues. So I'm coming into my 30s like, man, let me tighten up. Let me put this away. Let me put that away. And, you know, appreciate my body the way that I'm supposed to. And since then, it's just been a progression of me getting, you know, better and better about my health. So, Thomas says food quality and ingredients are important, but the direct impact of obesity on cancer is understated. Yeah, I agree with you, man. Not just cancer, but it's so many things, man. You know, and some people like celebrate being obese and shit like that, and some people like try to glorify it and make it cool. But the reality is, the human body was not. I don't give a damn what run in your family, what genetics you got, and all that type. I don't care what nobody say, man. The human body was not designed to be morbidly obese. Nobody is supposed to be morbidly obese. You know, and man, all these problems that people be having, man, with obesity. Like Thomas just said, not just cancer, but, you know, heart attacks and strokes and, man, organs failing on you, heart failure, kidney failure, all this, you know, man. Being morbidly obese don't help none of that, man. And then what makes it even worse. So like I said, we program to eat bad. We program to eat all the shit that's gonna kill us. And then when we go to the doctor, they just gonna put a band-aid on the bullet wound and let us keep eating the bullshit that's killing us, but medicating it instead of getting rid of the problem. They just want to medicate the problem. Then on top of all of that, you know, exercise. The majority of us don't get enough exercise because most of us have a job. Well, I ain't gonna say most of us, but a lot of us, a lot of people have a job like this where they sitting down at a computer all day. And at the same time that they have a job where they sitting down, you the main one. If you have a job that's not physically demanding, if you're not like a mail carrier, or you don't work for like FedEx or UPS where you delivering and you constantly walking, or you don't work in a warehouse or you know, construction, if you don't have some type of like physically, excuse me, if you don't have like some kind of physically demanding job, you are the main one that needs to be exercising. I'm so grateful that my dad is a mailman. You know, I'm so grateful that my dad has, you know, he's like a physical, like the jobs that I've ever known him to have, he's always been like physically active. But I'm so grateful that my dad is a mailman because he got to walk, you know. So I'm sure he getting miles every day. You know what I mean? 70. He just turned 71 last month, a couple weeks ago, or about a month, almost a month ago. My dad just turned 71, man, and you know, I think that him being a mailman, that's doing him a lot of justice, man. It's a scary thought to think about him not having that job. I'm so grateful for that. But yeah, man, people who got a job like this where you sitting down all day at a computer or on the phone or whatever kind of, you know, telemarketing or whatever, man, you the main one that need to be, if you ain't doing nothing else. Of course, strength training is good, you know, whether it's calisthenics or weightlifting, some kind of resistance training. But even if you ain't doing that, man, walking. Walking is so helpful for you, man. Let me see this because I don't want to misquote. Hold on. And see, this is the type of stuff that, you know, when you younger, when you like my age and younger, like when you in your 40s, 30s, or 20s, you don't think about stuff like dementia, right? But this is Harvard Health Publishing from the Harvard Medical School. Walking linked to lower dementia risk, right? There is no medication yet invented that can cut your risk of dementia by 50%, but walking about 10,000 steps per day might, suggests a study published online September 6, 2022 by JAMA Neurology. Researchers analyzed health and activity information for more than 78,000 healthy people ages 40 to 79 who wore fitness trackers 24 hours a day for at least 3 days and were then followed for 7 years. Compared with people who didn't walk much at all, people who walked about 9,800 steps per day, about 5 miles, were 51% less likely to develop dementia. People who walked just 3,800 steps per day, about 2 miles, were about 25% less likely to develop dementia. The study was observational, so cannot provide conclusive proof that walking itself made the difference, but it wouldn't hurt to try fitting a few more steps into your daily routine. The more steps you take, the better it is for your health, for your brain, your heart, and your protection against cancer, among other benefits. Right? So, hey man, of course, to cover their tracks, you know, they're going to say the study was observational, so cannot provide conclusive proof. You know, just in case somebody walked 10,000 steps a day and they still end up having dementia, you know, they're going to say that. But, hey, man, that's convincing enough to me. I'm going to walk my 10,000 steps a day. Shit, I've been walking damn near 15,000 steps a day lately. You know what I mean? I'm getting mine in, though. After this video is over with, I'm going to go walk some more. Shit, I got to go to the grocery store, grab some vittles. Uh, it's a couple of vitamins that I need to go re-up on. I need to go to the little vitamin store. Uh, yeah, man, I'm getting mine in, though. I be finding excuses to walk, you know? And then it just feels good, man. Like when you, because like I said, before I left the country, before I left the States, I wasn't walking nearly enough. I was probably in that, between 3,000 to 4,000 steps range. Some days I walk less than 2,000 steps. The most steps that I would get in was at the gym, or if I go to Walmart or the grocery store or something like that, but I wasn't getting like enough consistent steps in, right? And I just, maybe because I'm getting older, but for me, like certain things start aching. Like basically my point is when I'm not physically active enough, man, like my back, I might just get a cramp in my back or a cramp in my leg or, in my side or something, or even in my chest, like just certain parts of my body be aching for no reason. It's like, man, all I'm doing is sitting down. Like, that's another thing I'm glad about, man. I like the fact that I ain't drove a car since I left the United States, man. I love the fact that I haven't driven a car. I never thought I would be so glad to not drive a car, man, for this long. I never thought that I would be so happy about that. But I love the fact that I haven't driven a car because it makes me inclined to walk more. And I could catch Ubers and taxis around and shit like that, but if it's within like a few miles, I'ma walk that shit. Like anything that's like within like 2 or 3 miles, shit, maybe even 4 or 5 miles, depending on how I feel, man. I'm walking that shit. I ain't trying to catch no Uber, no cab. I ain't trying to drive nowhere. And it feels great. But man, things like this is letting you know that walking is definitely beneficial for you. Even if you ain't doing nothing else. Like I said, you ain't got to be going to the gym, going hard, or, going to the park, doing a whole bunch of pull-ups and dips and push-ups and all that type of stuff. If you do want to do that, then, great. And I highly suggest that because it makes me feel great. That's another thing too. I don't like feeling weak, man. Like of course I want to look good. And when you work out, naturally you're going whatever your body composition is or whatever it is, whatever your genetics is, if you work out, you're going to look better than if you don't look out. If you don't work out, that's just, it just comes with the territory, right? So of course I like looking a certain way as a result of working out, but at this stage in my life, more so than looking a certain way, I like the way it makes me feel. I like the way that working out makes me feel. I like feeling strong. I like the energy that I have. It is, man, I don't like going too long without working out. I don't know, my perspective kind of done changed in the past year, because it's been times before where I go months without working out and all that type of shit, but I can't do that no more. I can't go no weeks and months without working out because I just don't like the way it makes my body feel. I like the way my body feels when I'm working out on a daily basis, man. So, but whatever the case, man, even if you ain't doing that, if at the very least, man, like walking, if you have the activity of your limbs, if you could walk, then man, do it. Man, I was watching this docu-series on Netflix called Living to 100. Hold on, I could pull it up. Let me see. man. What the hell is that? I don't even know who that is. Let's do it this way. Don't be trying to hack my Netflix, man. Oh shit, I spelled my own email wrong. Tripping. All right, this part I'm gonna have to change my screen in case some weirdos try to hack a pimp's Netflix, man. Give me just a second. Come on, man, where's it at? Okay. Okay.
One of the homes of the Mediterranean diet.
But this series
Everybody knows
right
the
here.
Mediterranean diet is good for you with its greens, the olive oil instead of butter, and sparing use of meat.
I don't want to get shot down by Netflix, but this series right here, right?
It's not going to shock people to learn that there's a
Live to 100, Secrets of the Blue Zones, right? So for those of y'all unfamiliar with what a blue zone is a part of the world where they have the most people, the highest concentration of people living to 100 years old, right? And there's 5 blue zones in the world. Costa Rica, the Nicoya Peninsula in Costa Rica, that's one. Loma Linda, California is another one. Okinawa, Japan is another one. Sardinia, Italy is another blue zone. And the 5th blue zone is Icaria, Greece, right? Which is a small island in Greece. So, but these 5 parts of the world have the highest concentration of people that live to be 100 years old, right? So this guy here, that gentleman right there, that's talking right there, he went to all the 5 different blue zones in the world and, you know, studied as much as he could, interviewed people, and learned as much as he could about the habits of the people in those communities, right? And one thing that I found interesting, because like I told y'all, if some of y'all probably seen my story on Instagram the other day where I was kind of lightweight complaining, but I was glad at the same time about so Medellin. For those of y'all who ain't ever been to Medellin before, man, hey, let me tell you, this place got a lot of hills. Man, if you walking around, you're not gonna walk too far without encountering some kind of incline, some kind of steep incline or decline, whichever way, depending on which direction you're going in. But it's a lot of hills. I almost want to say this shit is worse than San Francisco. San Francisco got a lot of hills, but Medellin is like, if it ain't worse, it's like neck and neck. But in Sardinia, Italy, it was a trip, man. I want to show it to y'all so bad, but I don't want Netflix to try to, you know, damn, I want to show it to y'all so bad, but I ain't going to do it. But I'm going to just tell you, In Sardinia, Italy, right, there's a lot of hills. Like the community is like up in the hills, right? So a lot of the streets are uphill. Man, they was showing people in their 80s and 90s walking up these hills. And when I seen that shit, I was like, man, ain't no way my young ass need to be complaining about these damn hills in Medellin when you got, it was like a 94-year-old woman. This woman was 94 years old, and she was walking up these hills like it wasn't nothing. But this is what they do every day, though, in Sardinia. So that was one of the things that the gentleman who made this documentary highlighted. Not only were they walking, but they walking up these steep hills in their 90s. Then, man, y'all gotta go see this shit, man. They had this cowboy in Costa Rica. This little old man. This man is 100 years old. He's 100 years old, and he riding horses and wrestling cattle and like, you know, doing all of this hard labor, and he just moving so agile and like he's so like light on his feet. This man is 100 years old. You would not, if you looked at him, you would probably think he was like in his 60s or something, based on like the way he moved and the way he looked. Like he don't even look 100 years old. But I say all of that to say, man, when you look at these people that live to be 100 and live into their 90s and all of that, they are physically active. These are people that move around a lot, you know. So that was something that was just interesting to me. Eloquence is Key said, watching the doc right now. For sure, man. You gon' if you into that type of stuff like I am, you know, seeing older people and understanding how they live to be that age and like, you know, getting a perspective on life and, you know, stuff like that, you'll enjoy it. Denise, you know what I'm talking about? Denise said, man, tell me about them hills out there. Denise know what I'm talking about. You know these hills in Medellin ain't no joke. Everything is on the hill. Everything is next to a hill. If you walking somewhere, you 9 times out of 10, you're going to go uphill, downhill, both, whatever. My hotel was at the top of a hill. Almost took a taxi back. I know you didn't take no taxi, Denise. You better not be taking no taxis on no uphill. You better walk that shit. I feel you, though. I ain't mad at you because these hills out here ain't no joke. Man. Black Warrior Spirit says, am I the only one buffering? I don't know. Because I don't think I'm buffering to myself. Yeah, I look good on my end. Black Warrior Spirit says, also some of our brothers want to check out at mid-age, unfortunately, no matter what you tell them. Yeah. I hate to say it, Black Warrior Spirit, but it's true. You know, some people just be so stuck in their ways, man. Not knowing it's just simple things that you could do, right? Like for me, you know, so I'll tell y'all some things that some recent changes that I've made and how it's just been, man, it's been a blessing to me. So like I said, one thing I've done since I left the States is I've been walking a whole lot more. I've been taking a whole lot more steps every day. And that shit right there has made me feel so much better. Another thing I've been doing now, mind you, before I came before I left the States, for the better part of the past 3 years, I've only been eating between 1 and 2 meals a day. Most of the past 3 years, I've been eating 2 meals a day, but there have been times, periods of time where I would eat only 1 meal a day, right? But usually how I would do it is I would eat every 12 hours. So if I eat at 6 in the morning, then I would eat at 6 in the evening, and so on and so forth, right? That's what I've been doing for the most of the past 3 years. And another thing that I would do is I would eat a few hours before I go to the gym, right? And I was still doing that when I first left the States and I got to Costa Rica. Like the first couple of weeks that I was in Costa Rica, I'd get up in the morning, eat, give my food a few hours to settle, and then I'll go to the gym probably like 3 hours after I eat, right? And, that's cool. But I started digging further and further, going further and further down the rabbit hole about fasting. And the more I was learning about fasting, I switched it up. So I got to a point where, and I think I told some of y'all probably remember, I think I said it on the other live, where I was eating within between an 8 to 6 hour window. So I would fast 16 to 18 hours throughout the day, right? And what I started doing is not eating when I get up in the morning and just go straight to the gym. And to my surprise, my energy was just way better. Like I didn't think that was like, I didn't think it was like, I ain't gonna say I didn't think it was possible, but I didn't expect that. I didn't expect for my energy to be better by me not eating in the morning before I go to the gym. I thought my energy would always be better if I ate first and then went to the gym in the morning. But again, to my surprise, my energy is way better. My strength is still the same. I convinced myself a long time ago, man, that I'm stronger and I can lift more when I eat first. Right? But that's not necessarily the case, because I still, and mind you, not only am I not eating in the morning before I go to the gym, and I'm not eating 3 hours before I go to bed, but I'm walking. And like I said, it's hills around here. Like this morning, I went to a new gym, which I like this gym. It's the same chain, SmartFit, which for those of y'all who don't know, SmartFit is like the major chain of gyms here in Columbia. It's like LA Fitness, right? But I found a different location. This a little bit further of a walk. It's like a little bit over a mile, like 1.1 miles, right? But most of the way there, it's uphill, like super uphill, ridiculously uphill, outrageously uphill, tremendously uphill. You dig? It's uphill, man, for real. And so, okay, like as it is right now, right, where I am, and I'm on Central Time, it's 12:35, right? I haven't eaten since 6 o'clock yesterday evening. That's when I took my last bite of food, 6 o'clock yesterday evening, right? So I think I went to sleep about 10:30. So I got up at 4:30 this morning, shit shaved and bathed, all of that, drank some water. I should have drank some green tea, but I forgot. Then I walked to the gym, a mile, most of which is uphill. And then after I get to the gym, I bust down on the weights hard as hell. I went hard on the weights. Then after I did the weights for an hour and a half, I did the ab wheel. I did 200 reps. I did 100 reps straight on the ab wheel. Now, which shows me that I'm making progress and my energy is cool without eating, right? Because, so for to give y'all context, right? The day that I got here, I made a video and I posted part of it on my story where I did 110 reps straight on the ab wheel, right? But when I did those 110 reps, I hadn't lifted weights before. So I had more energy, right? And mind you, that was 2 days into my fast. I hadn't had food for 2 days when I did those 100 reps straight, which further confirms, you know, that I can still have good energy without eating before I work out. But I did 110 reps straight on the ab wheel minus a weight session before. But today was the first time in a long time that I did 100 reps straight after lifting weights. See, it's different, you know. Like if I went in there this morning and didn't lift weights and went straight to the ab wheel, I probably could have did like 120, 130 reps, 150 reps straight. But I lifted weights first and then I did 100 reps straight on the ab wheel. I ain't did that in a long time. And this is me, I'm doing it fasted. I ain't had nothing to eat today. And I walked a mile uphill. You know what I mean? You know how your parents used to say, boy, when I was your age, back in my day, I used to walk to school uphill both ways in the snow. That's what I did this morning, you know what I mean, minus the snow. But yeah, man, all of that with no food. So, you know, I say that because a lot of y'all this probably was like me or are how I was, thinking that, you know, you got to eat in the morning for your energy to be cool. You got to eat breakfast. You know, if you don't, you know, you ain't going to have energy to make it through the day, or, you know, you're going to be frustrated because you're going to be thinking about food all day and you're going to be hungry. Like, I'm not even, I mean, I could eat right now, but I'm not just starving. And I'm going on 19 hours without food right now. I ain't had, at 1 o'clock, it'll be 19 hours since I ate, which is about 20 minutes. I ain't had food 19 hours and I'm cool. Like, I ain't got no headache. I ain't frustrated. I'm not, you know, I can't wait till 6 o'clock so I can eat. I ain't like that. You know what I mean? It's a breeze, right? And see, it's so healthy for you to do intermittent fasting, man. But let me step back a little bit, right? So like I was telling y'all, when I first left the States and I got to Costa Rica for the first couple of weeks, I was doing my normal routine of eating every 12 hours. And I would eat in the morning before I go to the gym. Then I stopped eating in the morning. And what I started doing is I would eat, usually how I would work out, I would eat between noon and 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And then I would eat again somewhere between 6 and 8 o'clock in the evening, right? And then whenever I ate, I wouldn't go to sleep until at least 3 hours after I eat, right? So if I ate at 8 o'clock, I wouldn't go to sleep until at least 11, if not a little bit later, right? So I was digging that. I liked the way I was feeling in the morning, not eating, getting up, going to the gym, having plenty of energy. Man, I just like the way that felt. And I still like it right now because I'm still doing it right now, right? So now what I've done this week, or really the end of last week is kind of when I started it. I'm back to one meal a day, right? But what I did, because, you know, I eat salads. So what I did is basically I consolidated 2 meals into one. So the same amount of food that I was eating within 2 meals, I combined it to one, right? So for context, right? I put all the vegetables in my salad, lettuce, yellow onions, green onions, broccoli, tomatoes, olives, avocado. I'm probably missing something, right? But that's pretty much my carrots. I put all of this into my salad, right? Now, like I said, that's not really a lot of calories, so that's all the carbs that I get is from those vegetables. And then I put a pound of ground chicken in my salad, right? And I would do this twice a day. But what I've been doing for the past few days is I'll just make one big ass salad, twice the vegetables, and I'll put 2 pounds of ground chicken into that one salad, right? So, I can't front. The first day, it was kind of hard for me to do that. It was kind of hard for me to eat all that food at one time. But the second day, it got a little easier. The third day, it was a breeze. So now I'm to the point where I'm eating one humongous salad with 2 pounds of chicken in it, right? Which them 2 pounds of chicken gives me 200 and, let me see, hold up. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Yeah. So those 2 pounds of chicken gives me 210 grams of protein, right? So that's how I'm getting the 210 grams of protein. And then I put about 6 eggs into the salad as well. So that gives me probably about another 30 grams of protein. So I was saying 230 earlier, but I'm probably getting like 240 grams. Somewhere between 230, 240 grams of protein every day, right? But I'm eating this one big ass salad with 2 pounds of chicken in it, right? And I ain't gonna lie, that feels even better than the 2 meals, right? I'm feeling that. And I'm probably I don't know, man. This might just be my routine for the rest of my days, man. Just eating one big ass meal a day. Bill said, I can definitely eat 2 pounds of chicken within in one sitting. Laugh out loud. Healthy fats and lean protein will definitely keep you full. For real, Bill, and I'm glad you said that about healthy fats and lean protein, right? See, that's the thing too, right? Now, I know some of y'all probably thinking like, damn, Freeze, 2 pounds of chicken, that's a lot. That's a lot of chicken. And it is. But, man, for those of y'all that eat, he said, damn, 6 eggs? Yeah, I'm putting 6 eggs in there, man. 6 eggs and 2 pounds of chicken. I'm getting my protein for real. But for those of y'all that think that's a lot, just think about how much bread and pasta. See, because all that stuff and rice, those foods aren't satiating. They don't make you feel satisfied when you're supposed to feel satisfied, as opposed to like protein and fats. If you eat protein and healthy fats, it's going to make you feel satiated when you're supposed to be. It's going to make you feel satisfied and, stop when you're supposed to. But when you eating like bread and pasta and rice, or just, anything with a bunch of sugar in it, you don't get the, it's a hormone in your body called leptin, right? Leptin is what tells your body, okay, I've had enough. Right? But when and then you stop. But see, when you're eating again a bunch of bread, rice, pasta, tortillas, all that type of shit, the leptin doesn't kick in when it's supposed to. It's like the leptin is the bouncer of your stomach. You know what I mean? And when you eating bread and pasta and rice and all that shit like pushing the bouncer to the side. Like, man, get out of my way, man. We up in here, man. What's happening? Yeah, bring all the homies. Bring all the pasta. Bring all the rice. Yeah, the bread too. Man, we all up in here, man. Leptin, man, get out the way, man. And then, once leptin done been pushed to the side and like, all the carbs done brought all his homies into your stomach, then, it's beyond capacity. Just imagine a club, the capacity is 300 people, but it's 1,000 people up in there. That's your stomach. It's a party in your stomach. You know what I mean? All the bread is invited. All the pasta is invited. All the rice is invited. All the tortillas, you know what I mean? All the oatmeal, all the cream of wheat, all the grits. They all invited to this party in your stomach, man. But it's only really room for like 300 people in there. But they got 1,000 people in your stomach, man. Thousands of calories and shit. And then once everybody is in there, then leptin finally, gets control of the door again, and says, hey, okay, man, this is enough. You know what I mean? But by that time, you all lazy. You can't move. Yeah, I know y'all know that feeling. I know for sure. I know that feeling where you done ate so much that you literally cannot move. You can't even get up and walk across the room. You can't get up and do nothing. You just done ate so damn much that you can't move. It's crazy. But see, when you eat the way that, like at least the way that I eat, man, I ain't had that feeling in forever. That feeling of, oh man, I done ate too much. I ain't had that feeling in forever. Next level, good looking with the $5 holla. As one who has eaten one meal a day for 30 years, also fasting 3 days a month, your body will require less food. You'll get what you need in small meals. Yeah, I agree with you on that for sure. That's dope, man. I know you, man. And see, that's another thing too, right? Like, your mood is just so much better, man. Like, that's one thing about that sugar, man. It just like it makes your mood go up and down and sideways and backwards, and man, your mood is just on point. Like, I just feel good all the time, man. Like I don't like I said, cause I don't have like those hunger cravings. And see, that's another thing too, right? Speaking of mood. It's another thing about diet that's so beneficial, man. Like mental health. That like sugar is like the worst thing for your brain, right? Sugar is the worst thing for your brain. And most of us Americans, we got way too much sugar in our daily diet. Way too much sugar in our daily diet. And, if sugar is like terrible for your brain and you constantly eating all this highly refined carbs and, processed foods and shit like that. Like, let me see something again. Now I ain't read this before. I just looked this up right now, right? I just Googled diet and mental health. And let's see what this says right here, right? This is Mass General Brigham McLean Hospital, right? Fueling the mind, the powerful link between nutrition and mental health. Let's see what they got to say. Throughout history, we have completely understood the relationship between, or we haven't, excuse me. Throughout history, we haven't, excuse my pimping. We haven't completely understood the relationship between diet and mental health in the Western world. Some people have suspected a connection between nutrition and health, mental and physical, based on observation. However, we did not have the scientific evidence to support it. Today, modern scientific research is clarifying this food-mood connection. There is growing evidence that diet and mental health disorders are closely linked. Improving your nutrition can directly affect mental health symptoms and improve overall mental wellness. The precise number of mental health cases connected to nutrition is unknown. However, depression is one of the most common mental health conditions globally, and a large percentage of the population struggles with undiagnosed anxiety, depression, or both. While you can't cure depression with a healthy meal, eating choices can help improve many mental health symptoms. Keep reading to learn how nutrition affects mental health, how food choices change your brain chemistry, for better or for worse, why mental health experts are increasingly focusing on nutrition for mental health patients. Food is your body's fuel. It's easy to only think about how food affects the physical body. However, your brain is part of your body, as is your immune system, neurological system, endocrine system, and more. These systems each directly impact areas that we associate with mental health. For example, physical systems regulate stress, mood, and sleep. As human civilization has advanced, the human body has evolved to draw nourishment from a wide variety of foods: whole foods, raw foods, cooked foods, fermented foods, minimally processed foods such as whole wheat flour or natural peanut butter, ultra processed foods such as most freezer meals, fast foods, cookies, and chips. However, just because you can draw nourishment from these foods doesn't mean you thrive on them. What you eat matters. Your body relies on a combination of vitamins, minerals, antioxidants, fats, carbohydrates for fiber and energy, water, and protein to function. Your body can turn some of them into hormones and neurotransmitters that help the body and mind regulate themselves. Others help cell repair and replace themselves. Without these nutrients, the body works to conserve the available nutrients. Often, this means prioritizing keeping you alive while sacrificing mental well-being and energy levels. So this is pretty much letting you know, man, that, of course they always try to like be safe with their language and stuff like that. But it's pretty much letting you know that your diet plays a role in your mental health. Let me see. I just want to see if it's any kind of like my non-spelling ass. I just want to see some studies on it. New studies explore how food choices shape mental health. Let's see what they talking about. The Epoch Times. Oh, no, wait. Better yet, that's cool. But let's go back to Harvard like we did earlier. Let's go to Harvard. Nutritional psychiatry, your brain on food. That's funny. Harvard Health Publishing's 6-week plan for healthy eating. Let's just read from the top. Think about it. Your brain is always on. It takes care of your thoughts and movements, your breathing and heartbeat, your senses. It works hard 24/7 even while you're asleep. This means your brain requires a supply of fuel. Dang, everybody want to call me right now. Sheesh. Call you back. Okay. Where was I? This means your brain requires, goddamn. Shit. This means your brain requires a constant supply of fuel. That fuel comes from the food you eat. And what's in the fuel makes all the difference. So this is like putting some bullshit gas in your car. You know what I mean? Anybody who done put the wrong gas in their car know what I'm talking about, man. Your car don't run the same when it ain't got the right kind of fuel up in it, man. Or if you put the wrong grade of motor oil in your car, man, your shit just ain't gonna run right. You dig? And what's in the fuel makes all the difference. Put simply, what you eat directly affects the structure and function of your brain and ultimately your mood. Like I said, man, since I've been eating the way that I've been eating, like my mood is usually cool, but it's been even better eating this one meal a day, not eating in the morning. Like my mood has just been better, man. Like, and my sleep has been better. Like even when I wake up in the morning, you know how sometimes when you wake up in the morning and you don't feel like getting out the bed, man, I don't even be feeling like I feel great, not just good. Every morning when I wake up, I feel great. And I know that it definitely has a lot to do with the changes that I made with how I'm eating. Like when I wake up in the morning, I get right up. I don't just be like, oh man, I don't feel like, you know, and it's funny because like I set an alarm, but I always I don't know what it is, but I always wake up like 10 or 15 minutes before my alarm clock goes off. Like this morning, I set my alarm for 4:30, and I think I woke up at like 4:20 or somewhere up in there. I woke up like 10 minutes before my alarm went off. My body just be knowing when to get up. You know what I mean? And it feels good. Like I don't say to myself, oh, my alarm ain't went off yet, so I ain't gonna get up. No, I know when my body is well rested, I get up and I'm cool. But to continue here, like, and damn, it's funny because I just said that shit before I read it. That's how you know this game be on point, you dig? Like an expensive car, your brain functions best when it gets only premium fuel. I just said this shit. Eating high quality foods that contains lots of vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants nourishes the brain and protects it from oxidative stress, the quote unquote waste free radicals produced when the body uses oxygen, which can damage cells. Unfortunately, just like an expensive car, your brain can be damaged if you ingest anything other than premium fuel. If substances from low quality or low premium fuel, such as what you get from processed or refined foods, get to the brain, it has little ability to get rid of them. Diets high in refined sugars, for example, are harmful to the brain. I just said that as well. You dig? In addition to worsening your body's regulation of insulin, they also promote inflammation and oxidative stress.
Multiple studies have found a correlation between a diet high in refined sugars and impaired brain function. And even a worsening of symptoms of mood disorders such as depression. It makes sense. If your brain is deprived of good quality nutrition, or if free radicals or damaging inflammatory cells are circulating within the brain's enclosed space for contributing to brain tissue injury, further contributing to brain tissue injury, consequences are to be expected. So basically, if you put a lot of bullshit in your body, man, you have to expect consequences, not just with your body, but with your brain. You know what I mean? It just told you that refined sugar is poison for your brain. And if you constantly putting that shit in your mouth, in your body, you know, all the time, you have to expect that, you know, something bad gonna happen. What's interesting is that for many years, the medical field did not fully acknowledge the connection between mood and food. Today, fortunately, the burgeoning field of nutritional psychiatry is finding there are many consequences and correlations between not only what you eat, how you feel, and how you ultimately behave, but also the kinds of bacteria that live in your gut. How the foods you eat affect your mental health. I'm trying to see like a study. But let's just read this part right here. Hold on. Serotonin is a neurotransmitter that helps regulate sleep and appetite, mediate moods, and inhibit pain. Since about 95% of your serotonin is produced in your gastrointestinal tract, and your gastrointestinal tract is lined with 100 million nerve cells or neurons, it makes sense that the inner workings of your digestive system don't just help your digestive food, help you digest food, but also guide your emotions. What's more, the function of these neurons in the production of neurotransmitters like serotonin is highly influenced by billions of quote unquote good bacteria that make up your intestinal microbiome. These bacteria play an essential role in your health. They protect the lining of your intestines and ensure they provide a strong barrier against toxins and bad bacteria. They limit inflammation. They improve how well you absorb nutrients from your food, and they activate neural pathways that travel directly between the gut and the brain. So, man, this is, you know, we can keep on reading, man, but this is pretty much letting you know, man, hey, if you're dealing with mental health issues, man, it may not be caused by what you're eating, but it can definitely be worsened by what you're eating. You know, so if you're depressed and on top of that you got a bad diet, man, the bad diet ain't going to help your depression. The bad diet is going to make your depression worse. Right? So yeah, man. Hold on, what they saying about the Mediterranean diet? Let's see. Studies have compared traditional diets like the Mediterranean diet and the traditional Japanese diet to a typical Western diet and have shown that the risk of depression is 25 to 35% lower in those who eat a traditional diet. Scientists account for this difference because these traditional diets tend to be high in vegetables, fruit, unprocessed grains, and fish and seafood, and to contain only modest amounts of lean meats and dairy. Excuse me. They are also void of processed and refined foods and sugars, which are staples in the Western dietary pattern. In addition, many of these unprocessed foods are fermented and therefore act as natural probiotics. This may sound implausible to you, but the notion that good bacteria not only influence what your gut digests and absorbs, but they also affect the degree of inflammation throughout your body, as well as your mood and energy level is gaining traction among researchers. Yeah, man. So, like I said, man, this backs up what I'm saying about, and I ain't no scientist or no shit like that, but I'm just, trial and error, but not really so much error. I'm just making certain adjustments, and it's improving my mood, man. Salads every day, one big ass salad every day. I'm not snacking throughout the day. I ain't had no snack, none of that. I ain't put no calories, not 1 calorie in my body. This shit ain't got no calories in it. You know what I mean? I ain't had not one bite of food since 6 o'clock yesterday evening, and now it's past 1 o'clock, so I'm past 19 hours without food, and I feel great. I woke up this morning feeling great. Walked a mile uphill to the gym, got it in, feeling great. That's another thing. You know how sometimes you go to the gym and you don't feel like working out, and your workout ain't good. Like, you still going through the motions, but you like, man, I don't feel like doing this shit. But you just telling yourself to keep going. You know what I mean? But you really don't feel like doing it. I haven't had that, man. I ain't had that feeling in shit over a month because of the way I've been eating, especially since I stopped eating in the morning. Like, since I stopped eating in the morning, I really don't be having that feeling of like, man, I don't feel like going to the gym, man, or damn, I'm here, but I don't feel like doing this shit, man. Like, I don't be having that feeling no more. Like, for real. Right, like Dave said, you got someone out there watching the Breakfast Club or Vlad TV interview missing out on this good game. Hey, it's all good, though, man. It's for who it's for, you dig? And it's going to be here for them if they want to come back to it later. Black Warrior Spirit says, great education and information drop at Freeze. Great motivation, my brother. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, man, but this shit can be life-changing for people, man. That's why I'm on here dropping. And then, it ain't really, like, I'm the pimping. And I know my culture, and I know the lifestyle, and I know that there are so many unhealthy things that have to do with the culture and the lifestyle, man, and why so many of us have died early. So many people in the game, whose health was bad, or, going through health issues right now. You know what I mean? And, the stuff that's cool, that's unhealthy, I don't want it to be cool no more. And the stuff that is healthy but ain't cool, I want to make it cool. I want health to be cool in the game. You dig? Now, I've always promoted health. You know what I mean? I've always encouraged y'all to put love in your body. But I'm just becoming more and more health conscious, man. And even though I don't have like any like real health issues or anything like that, I don't want any health issues. So I'm doing everything within my power to keep it that way and fortify my body as much as I can, because I don't want, the issues that all my shit. 2 of my uncles had cancer. Like I said, one of them died from blood clots. My one uncle had a heart attack. My other uncle had heart failure. The list just goes on, man. And I don't want, like, when I go, I don't want to go like that. I don't want to have them issues. I want to die of old age. I want to die of a ripe old age, man. I want to die of natural causes. Like, I don't want to die no harsh death. You know, no slow, excruciating, you know, like cancer and all that. I'm going to do everything in my power to avoid, to sidestep, do the Barry Sanders on that. Like, I don't want them issues. So, as I become more and more health conscious, man, and me having a voice and, you know, being able to reach masses of people, I want to make health cool, man. I want that to be like a customary thing in the game where, you know, being conscious of your health and being intentional about your health is just like, you know, it's just a thing to do. You know, we've been programmed to just be unhealthy, man. It's no mystery that in most of our communities, black people in America, you know, we got the most liquor stores, you know, and them liquor stores don't be having nothing healthy in there. Of course, liquor is not healthy, but on top of that, anything that you can smoke is not healthy, and they got all that shit in the liquor store. They got a whole bunch of soda and chips and candy and cookies and muffins and just a bunch of bullshit. Like, anything that you can consume in your body that comes from the liquor store ain't cool. And we got more of them. Liquor stores and convenience stores, whether it's 7-Eleven, Circle K, you know, we got all that shit in the black community more than anywhere else. And, you know, we're taught, you know, these things were put in our community, and then now generationally we just teach. Each generation passes it down that, you know, because like when we kids, right, we see our parents drinking, smoking cigarettes, and if they have a bad day or if they had a rough day, you know, at work or whatever, they come home, they fire up a cigarette, they pour up a glass of hard liquor. This is what we taught, is how to get through pain or frustration or a bad mood, take the edge off. This is how we take the edge off, with alcohol, tobacco, or, you know, hard drugs. You know, this is what we taught from an early age, right? We're not taught to make changes to our diet. Or, you know, some of us who don't drink and smoke, or whose parents didn't drink and smoke, their drug of choice was ice cream, or, you know, a bunch of bad food, pizza, you know, Italian food that's prepared with a bunch of like highly refined bullshit. You know, it ain't like the Italian food in Italy. You know, they shit ain't like highly refined. So it's just different in America. But, you know, we just taught to be unhealthy. You know what I mean? We're not taught to, like I said, when we going through certain things, you know, make changes to our diet, or, you know, if we frustrated or depressed or stressed out, go to the gym and work out, you know what I mean? Or go for a jog or something. We're not taught that. We're not taught, you know, healthy resolutions to our issues. You know, we ain't taught that way. We taught like, man, the homie just got killed, man. We gonna pour up a bottle in his name. We gonna fire up some weed in his name. Man. You know, like, hell nah. It's supposed to be, man, the homie just got killed, man. We gonna promote health. Or the homie just died in his 30s from a stroke. Or the homie just died in his 30s from
kidney failure. The homie just died in his 30s from, diabetes or something like that. We gonna celebrate his name by, eating healthy. We gonna celebrate his name by exercising and taking care of ourselves. You know what I mean? We don't think like that. That's the way it's supposed to be, though. The homie just died in his 30s from cancer, man. We gonna celebrate his name and honor his name by taking care of ourselves, man. That's the way it's supposed to be. Dave says, I mentioned earlier, Freeze, I cut the alcohol out 3 weeks. Coffee in the morning, though. Feels good, bro. Yeah, that's what's up, man. Congratulations for Dave, man. You know what I mean? Going 3 weeks without the alcohol, you dig? That's what's up. If you go 3 weeks, you can go forever. Shit. For real, though. Be careful with that coffee, too. Don't add a lot of cream or sugar. Yeah, the coffee ain't so bad if you just drink it black. It can be cool. You know what I mean? But a lot of us put a whole bunch of cream and a whole lot of sugar in our coffees, man. But if you drink it black, it's cool. But even if you putting cream and sugar in there, man, I'm just proud of the fact that you cut the alcohol out. Because coffee with cream and sugar ain't nearly as bad as alcohol. If you got to pick one, you know what I mean, coffee with cream or sugar or alcohol. You know what I mean? Throw the alcohol away. You know what I mean? Do the coffee with the cream and sugar for now, man. And then try to minimize it, you know what I mean, a little bit. Okay, next week I'm going to cut it in half. The amount of cream and sugar that I put in my coffee, next week I'm going to do half of that. Then the next week after that, I'm going to do half of that till you get to the point where you ain't putting nothing in it. You know what I mean? And that's the thing I want people to understand too, man. Don't try to put too much on yourself at one time because that can be discouraging. Don't tell yourself, you've been eating the way that you've been eating all this time and you ain't been working out and you've been eating, 5-6 times a day. Don't tell yourself, you know what? Starting tomorrow, I'm eating one meal a day. I'm going to the gym, going hard every day. I ain't eating no burgers no more. I ain't eating no bread. I ain't gonna eat no rice no more. I'm doing all this tomorrow. Don't do that, because you're gonna set yourself up for failure, man. Because as soon as you fall short in one of those areas, you're gonna discourage yourself and fall short in every area, man. Just make gradual changes like me. Like the way I am right now, I didn't just do this shit overnight. This is over 20 years in the making. This is over 2 decades of gradually evolving, gradually educating myself, gradually making certain changes, man. Like I said before, and I'll break them down again, you know what I mean? The longest standing change that I've made was no soda. I stopped drinking soda 25 years ago. The year 2000 was the last time I drank a soda, right? That's the longest thing I done stuck with. I ain't had a soda in 25 years. 18 years ago, I stopped eating red meat. So I stopped eating, beef, pork, all that type of stuff 18 years ago. 14 years ago, I stopped fried food and alcohol, right? So I stopped fried food and alcohol. I want to say 4 or 5 years ago. I can't remember the exact number of years on that, but I stopped eating bread. So I stopped eating bread probably about, I want to say 4 or 5 years ago, something like that. I
I want to say probably 3 or 4 years ago, I stopped eating dairy. So no cheese, no milk, no none of that. And I had stopped eating eggs around that time too, but I started back eating eggs again. I'm back eating eggs again, but no dairy. Probably around that time too, about 2 or 3 years ago, I stopped eating rice. So no rice. And then, like I said, the past 3 years, I've been only eating 2 meals a day or 1 meal a day. I've been alternating back and forth, but mostly for the most of the last 3 years, I've only eaten 2 meals a day. What else? Yeah, man. So it's like a gradual thing, man. Like I just make changes as I see fit, you know. So don't try to like jump head first into everything. Just tell yourself, you know what? Right now I'm gonna make this change, and then once you stick with that and get that down, and it becomes a part of your lifestyle. Just make other changes, you know. And you know, Father's Day of 2012 is when I decided to make fitness my lifestyle. You know, work out on a regular basis. So, but yeah, man. BG Tech Life says it's a lot of black folks who don't know they hypertensive. It's just not fat black people from what I'm seeing. I got slim homies having issues. Hey, BG Tech Life, I'm glad you said that because that's real, man. I got a homeboy who found out that he had hypertension. He, you know, his blood pressure was high and he didn't understand why. You know, so he started making changes to his diet and shit. He doing better now, but he ain't fat at all. He's slim. And, you know, had high blood pressure and didn't know it. You know what I mean? But he started having headaches and like start feeling funny. Then he went to go get a checkup and they let him know. Like, you know, you're gonna have to do this and do that. You know, yeah, so that's real. All that hot sauce and you know what I mean? NPK got beat says, facts, I'm still slim in my 40s, but my blood pressure started creeping up. Had to get on point. Right. You know what I mean? That's a big misconception. You know, a lot of people think that, you know, you ain't going to have high blood pressure just because you slim. You know what I mean? It's been times where I've had to be mindful of mine. I ain't never had like super sky high blood pressure, but you know, it done been times where, you know, I might kind of get relaxed. And on a real like me, when I'm active the way that I am right now, that's when I know my blood pressure is cool. When I ain't walking enough or I ain't active enough, even if I'm lifting weights every day, if I'm not walking enough, those, as far as I've noticed with myself, those have been the times where my blood pressure was higher. Now, like for me, right, when I say my blood pressure was higher, for me, I'm talking about like 132 over like 80 or something like that. My blood pressure ain't never been like 150 or higher. You know what I mean? But yeah, when I'm like getting my steps in, when I'm walking more every day, I'm cool. You dig? Man, Impost Travel Adventures always coming through making the game look good, man. Appreciate you, man. Happy P-Day, man. Mine was yesterday. October 12th is also Sinful's mother's B-Day. P, I joined a fight gym and have lost 20 pounds. Long live Sinful to P. Blessings. Man, that's dope, man. Happy belated birthday, man. And I appreciate the early birthday wish for me, man. Good looking, man. Yeah, man. That's dope. And congratulations on not only making it to another birthday, man, but dropping them 20 pounds in that fight gym, man. That's dope. That's good shit. See, that's the type of stuff I like to hear, man. You know, dropping them 20 pounds, man. I know that shit feel good, man. You know, like I said, when you at least for me, when I had all this excess, and see, it ain't only just about your weight, but you know, like that visceral fat, you know, having all that fat in your core area, man, like for me, I can't, that shit is uncomfortable, man. I can't do that. Like I said, I know I was like somewhere around like a 38-inch waist, man. You know, and that shit is uncomfortable, man. I don't like that. I don't like the way it feels. I don't like the way it look. I don't like nothing about it. I don't like nothing about it. And but yeah, man, you know, I'm feeling great nowadays, you dig? Pimp done trimmed down to that 34. You know, I'm still working on the washboard. I'm to the point where you could see the definition, but it ain't just like this table, you know what I mean? Like this, you know, I want my shit I need that washboard, you know what I mean? That freezes it. Hold on, let me show y'all the freezes it. Where is that picture at? Hold on. I think. Show y'all what I'm trying to get back to. I ain't too far away though. I'm almost there. Pimp ain't too far away, you dig? I'm working. I'm gonna be there very soon. Very soon, you dig? Yeah, this is the freeze is it. Let me show y'all. Now, of course, I don't want to be this small. I only weighed about 160 pounds in this picture, man. I ain't trying to be that small, but I want my waist to be this small, and I want my stomach to be this flat and rippled, you dig? Of course, the upper body, you know, I got way more size nowadays, way more muscle mass. But this is me when I was fresh out of the pen, 24 years old, November 2005. I was like days, I was probably less than a week out of the penitentiary right here. Fresh out the joint, you know what I mean? Man, I was in such excellent shape right here. Man, I was feeling myself at that time. And then I think I told y'all the story before, right? But okay, so when you get released from the penitentiary in California and you don't have no dress house is like when your people send you something to wear when you get released, right? Now, your people could send you whatever kind of clothes, right? So your people could send you some fly shit. That way when you step out the pen, you know what I mean? But I didn't have no dress house. I wasn't really tripping on dress house too. I probably could have got some if I asked my peoples for some, but I wasn't really tripping on dress house. I'm like, shit, just let me out. But when you get released and you don't have no dress outs, they have boxes of clothes that you dig through and find your size, right? So they have a big ass box of pants, a big sweatpants, a big ass box of t-shirts, a big ass box of socks, so on and so forth, right? And all of this shit is used. You know what I mean? So this is all like old used clothes that, you know, probably got left behind or whatever, right? Man, so I'm digging through the box with the shirts in it. Man, I find a brand new wife beater in there, a medium, which was my size at the time. I found a brand spanking new, I don't know how this shit ended up in this box. It was the only brand new thing between all the boxes. The only brand new thing in these boxes was a medium tank top. You know what I mean? Like this one right here that I got on. Medium wife beater like that. Man, I was really feeling myself. You know what I mean? I had that wife beater on, man. My pops was there to pick me up, you know what I mean, with my little lady friend that I was, cool with at the time. Man. But yeah, that was these days, you know what I mean? I looked like that at that time, you dig? But that's what my core ain't too far from there though. I'm gonna be there real soon, you dig? Or like this is more like it though. See right here, my abs is almost on the same level, but you can see I'm bigger up top right here. You know what I mean? This is more like what I'm probably finna look like real soon. You dig? Real soon, Pimp gonna have that core like this. You dig? Yeah, man. This was 2014. Almost exactly. Yeah, matter of fact, I think I took this picture in October of 2014. So almost exactly 11 years ago, this is what a pimp was looking like. You dig? I ain't too far from there right now, though, man. See, right here, my waist was probably like a 32. I probably had like a 32-inch waist right here. So if I get to a 32, man, I'll be cool. You know what I mean? I really want to get to a 31, though. You know what I mean? Because I ain't going to lie. You see my face. I try to – that's what – Hey, Bill, you know what I'm talking about, right? You know how like when you take a picture and you flexing, but you try to make your face look relaxed? That's what I was doing in this picture, you know what I mean? You see everything all tensed up, you know what I mean? My arms look all chiseled, you know what I mean? Stomach look all flat, chiseled, you know what I mean? Everything. But my face, you got to make your face look relaxed so people don't know you flexing for real, you know what I mean? But definitely flexing in this picture, though. Definitely flexing in this picture, though, you know what I mean? Definitely. But I got to make my face look like. You got to relax the face, man. You can't be in a picture like. You know what I mean? You can't have your face all frowned up and shit while you flexing, man. You got to make the face, you got to relax. The face is the only part that ain't flexing. The whole rest of your body, you flexing. But your face, you know what I mean? You got to relax. You know what I mean? But yeah. Funny as hell. But yeah, man, my core ain't too, and see Bill right there. I can't remember, but I want to say right here, I'm probably somewhere around 12% body fat. Somewhere between 10 and 12, I want to say. I'm probably between 10 and 12% body fat right there. Something like that. That's why I say right now, I'm probably close to you. You said 16.6. I'm probably somewhere close to that right now. I need to find out. Maybe I could I'm gonna see when I go to the gym tomorrow. I'm gonna see if they could track my body fat. Cause now you make me curious what mine is. Thomas says I dropped my LDL cholesterol down by 40 points in a month by cutting out foods high in saturated fat. Cheese, beef, pork, chicken skin, coconut oil, butter, ice cream, etc. That's what's up, man. That's good stuff. Yeah, man. We like celebrating them health victories, you dig? King James says garlic good for you. That's real. Garlic got a whole lot of good health benefits to it, you dig? RVTV says sugar and carbs tearing MFers up. Red meat okay. Yeah, I think red meat is cool. Like me, I don't eat red meat really ever. The only red meat that I eat is lamb, and that's probably like once a year, usually around my birthday, which my birthday is coming up. So I'm probably going to have me some lamb on my birthday. I got to find me a cool restaurant around here somewhere
where I go get me some nice lamb. Man, that make me want to look up. Hold on, let me see if they got a. Hold on, man. You know what I mean? I'm gonna let y'all search with me. You dig? Hold on, man. Let me see if they got a Fogo de Chao around here in Medellin. Let me see if they got a Fogo de Chao around here, man. Do they? Let's go to their website, man. Let's see if they got a Fogo de Chao. If they got a Fogo de Chao in this city, man, I'm going. Hey, for those of y'all who ain't ever did Fogo de Chao, that's my spot. Locations. Let's see, man. Oh, they probably only got it in the U.S., man. Oh, wait, they got the world map right here. Oh, wait, hold on. Don't look like they got it around here, man. Damn. That's bogus. But let's see it in any other parts of the world besides the U.S. I'm trying to see how you zoom out. Why didn't let me zoom out? Oh, well. So much for that. But I'm going to see if I can find some kind of... Damn. Yeah. Tafeezy, what's going on? Come on, man. My shit tripping right now. Come on, man. What is it? God damn. Okay, finally, shit. Yeah, it's been right, or it was tripping. I think we good now, but if it get to tripping, y'all already know, just close the video, come right back, and it should be cool. But yeah, man, like I was saying, red meat I think is cool, but I don't think anybody should eat red meat more than once a week. If I ate red meat regularly, the most I would eat it is probably once a month, maybe twice a month at the most. I wouldn't eat it no more than 2 times a month. But that lamb though, yeah, I know they ain't got Fogo de Chao in Colombia, man, but I'm gonna see if I can find me like a Brazilian steakhouse around here somewhere, man. Which it's a pretty big city, Medellin. They got over 2 million people here, man. So a city that size, I would imagine they got a nice Brazilian steakhouse around here somewhere, man. So I'm gonna have to find that. Just so I can have me some good old lamb. Anthony Clark says, Freeze, do you prefer spring water over other types of drinking water? Yeah, man. I do prefer spring water. That is my preference, man. I do my best to get spring water as much as possible. And if I can't get no spring water, I'll try to get like some cool alkaline water. But whenever I can, I'm drinking spring water. Right, like Dave said, I'm only messing with spring water, Crystal Geyser if possible. Yeah, Crystal Geyser is cool. I just don't like how Crystal Geyser got them big ass bottles with no damn handle. But Crystal Geyser is cool. And Walmart don't always have it. But whenever Walmart has the cases of Crystal Geyser, they'll have the case. I think it's like 32. It's like a 32 pack or a 36 pack, something like that.
They got the big ass case of the smaller bottles, like the one. I think it's like a 1 quart. But yeah, whenever Walmart got them cases, I get them. But a lot of times they don't be having them. But yeah, I rock with the Crystal Geyser for sure. Thomas said, man, people be reaching in that deep freezer for pork ribs, steaks, burgers. People eat that stuff 3 or 4 times a week on top of excess carbohydrates, fries, hash browns, etc. Thomas, you ain't lying, man, but like I said, that's the way we've been programmed to eat. That's the American way. It's really the American way, man, to eat bullshit food, to put bullshit in your body. That is the American way. I hate that it's the American way, but it really is, man. Bill said, when I did my DEXA scan on September 24th, I was 206.8 pounds on my scale that day, while the DEXA scan had me at 209.9, 16.5% body fat. Waist was right under 37, probably 36 and a half or 3/4 at the time. Yeah, Bill, I think mine was like probably 36 and a half when I left the States. I think I had about a 36 and a half inch waist when I left the States. And now I'm somewhere around 33 3/4. My waist is like somewhere in that range right now, man. It feel good, man. Even though I know I done lost muscle mass, I ain't as big as I was up top. But that's gonna come right back though. I ain't worried about that. I know how to get that back. But don't get it twisted though. Pimp still yoked up around here though. You know what I mean? Pimp still got these yokes. You know what I mean? You did. Pimp still. But like I said, man, I just like the way I feel more than anything. Dave, you stupid. Sugar Free told her, go in the deep freezer and get them pork chops. They way in the back. Hey, that's real though, you know what I mean? We do have a lot of people, man, with that deep freezer with all that bullshit food in it, man. That shit is not good. Hold on. Shout out to Supers. Oop, wrong sound. Black Warrior Spirit, as always, good looking with the $5 holler. High cholesterol is also difficult to detect unless you do full blood works. High cholesterol can increase heart attack and stroke. Salute, Freeze. Appreciate that, man. Now, it's funny you say that, Black Warrior Spirit, about high cholesterol being related to heart attack and stroke, right? Now let me see if I can find something that I just seen not too long ago regarding high cholesterol, right? Let me see. Now, this one gentleman who I've been watching a lot lately, this guy here by the name of Ben Azadi, right? He said some interesting things about high cholesterol. He got some shorts right here. Let's just let's see what he's talking about.
When you think about this highway behind me and LDL cholesterol, what's the link between this highway and LDL cholesterol? We've been told LDL cholesterol is bad for you, but is that actually true? The truth of the matter is that LDL cholesterol builds your hormones and it could actually be very beneficial to you. It's kind of like this highway. If this highway had a traffic jam, what's more important to getting out of that traffic jam? Looking at the number of cars on the road or the number of people in the vehicles? Well, of course, it's the number of cars on the road. Looking at total LDL is just looking at the amount of people in those vehicles, which does not make sense. What we want to do is get the LDL particles done. Too much small and sticky LDL particles, not good. But if the majority of your LDL particles are large and fluffy, very good. But you wouldn't know unless you got those particles done. So if you're getting LDL, ask for the particle sizes.
So now that we talking about cholesterol, Black Warrior Spirit, I'm wondering if like when you got your LDL checked, or who was that? Was that Thomas that said, or was that Black Warrior Spirit? I think it was Thomas that said he lowered his LDL by 40 points. So I'm just curious because I ain't never had my my LDL checked. I hopefully it's good, but is that something that they break it down like that? Do they talk about like the size of the particles of the LDL, or like how the analogy I like the analogy that he gave as far as the number of vehicles on the road versus the number of people in the vehicle. And he's saying basically when most people get their LDL checked, they tell you how many quote unquote people are in the vehicle, but they don't tell you about the number of vehicles on the road or the size of the vehicles. And he's saying that if your LDL particles are big and fluffy, that's good. So I'm just curious to know if that's how if they break it down to you in that type of way when you or is that something that you got to ask for? Like, what's the size of my particles? Oh, Black Warrior Spirit says, yes, my doctor compares HDL to LDL. So, Black Warrior Spirit, like going off of Ben Azadi's analogy, right? Okay, so would the LDL be the number of people in the vehicle, and the HDL is the number of vehicles on the road? Is that good cholesterol versus bad cholesterol, right? But see, according to what he's saying, they talk like the LDL is all bad, but he's saying the LDL can be good depending on, I guess, the size of the particles. I don't know, but hold on, I meant to shout somebody else out too before we continue. Hold up. Game Wise DJ, good looking with the $1 holla. As my brother Sinful the P would say, a whole bunch of ones beat a whole bunch of nuns. You dig? For real though. And brother Bill, once again, good looking with the $5 holla. Love these types of videos, bro. May the Most High God keep us all healthy and wise. I want to be 60 plus, chopping it up with my iron brother Freeze. Yeah, man, we gonna be some old. Me and Bill, we gonna be them old. You see them old dude. I seen an old dude in the gym like that today, man. He had to be like probably in his late 50s, but he was swole as hell. He was like yoked up. I was like, damn, OG kind of swole. I'm trying to be that swole OG too, Bill. We gonna be them swole OGs. You dig? Drew Smooth, good looking with the $5 holla. What are your views on red meat? Appreciate the knowledge. Yeah, I talked a little bit about that earlier, man. But like I said, me myself, I just think that red meat is not something that you should eat every day, because if you think about it, it takes 72 hours to digest red meat. So if you're putting it in your body within every 24 hours, but in 2 hours to digest, that can't be good for you. You dig? Now, if you're eating food that you can digest within 24 hours and you're eating it every 24 hours, that makes more sense. So again, me on red meat, I don't think you should eat it more than twice a week. But if I ate it on a regular, I wouldn't eat it more than twice a month. That's just me. Mogul Nas, I think I might have shouted you out earlier, but good looking with the $5 holla. You did once again. Just making sure I shout out everybody with the super chats. But oh wait, tripping. But
getting back to this game that I never left.
That we never left. Getting back to this game, you dig? In the words of the great, incomparable Sinful to P. Let's see what else. Let's see what else Ben Azadi got to say about high cholesterol.
Heart disease is the number. Heart disease is the #1 killer in the United States. 695,000 people die every year from heart disease. And what's interesting, when I looked at the research, it actually shows that people who have normal to low cholesterol actually are at higher risk of heart disease than those with high cholesterol. Statins are a big use for people with high cholesterol, but I have Dr. Nathan Bryan with me today, who's a world-renowned nitric oxide researcher. What are your thoughts on statin use as it pertains to heart disease?
Well, my thoughts are based on actual data. And we know these drugs have been approved on the market since the 1980s. In fact, the American Heart Association was so bold back in the late 90s saying that treating cholesterol, getting your cholesterol lower with these statin medications would eradicate cardiovascular disease and heart disease by the turn of the century. So where's that led us? In the 1980s, there were about 1,400 PCIs, what we call percutaneous coronary interventions or stents, put in every 6 years. Today, there are more than 3,000 stents and PCIs every year. So I think not only was the American Heart Association off in their predictions, we've actually gotten worse. Cholesterol does not cause heart disease. Targeting cholesterol to eradicate heart disease has done just the opposite. So these statin medications are not only not improving health, it's making people unhealthy, causing diabetes, Alzheimer's, metabolic disease, their mitochondrial toxicants, leading to perhaps an increased risk of certain cancers. So cholesterol is not the root cause of heart disease, and targeting it with cholesterol-lowering medication is not the answer.
Heart disease is the #1.
Some interesting stuff, man. So he's saying here that,
What did he say? 695,000. Let me see.
In the United States, 695,000.
So he's saying that 695,000 people die every year in the United States from heart disease, right? But he's saying out of those 65,000 or 695,000 people who've died from heart disease, there's been more of them with normal or low cholesterol than high cholesterol. So if the majority of people who die from heart disease have normal or low cholesterol, then obviously it can't be high cholesterol that's leading to heart disease. And he had a doctor, a specialist, support what he's saying. Let's see.
Have you ever heard of lipophobia? That is the fear of fat based off of propaganda and misinformation.
You know that heart disease is the #1 killer here in the United States. Somebody dies from heart disease every few seconds. Over 600,000 people every year in the United States die from heart disease. And if I walked the conference room here and asked 100 people, what's the cause of heart disease? Most people will say cholesterol, high cholesterol. They are lipophobic. But here's the truth. Cholesterol is not the problem. It's not the boogeyman you were taught to believe. And this came from misinformation and propaganda from the 1950s from a gentleman named Ansel Keys, who faked these studies and showed that these 7 countries had high amounts of heart disease, high amounts of cholesterol that they would consume and saturated fat, but they were actually consuming margarine, fake fat. And he didn't show the countries that didn't correlate with this hypothesis. And you know what? A lie told often enough becomes the truth. And we're dealing with that lie from the 1950s from Mr. Ansel. Have you ever heard of lipophobia? That is the fear of fat.
Now, this is just one individual, but I'm just curious to see what other people have to say about high cholesterol and heart disease. Let's see what these other peoples is talking about, man. See if we got some shorts. Okay, this lady right here, the biggest risk for heart disease, and she got LDL crossed out. Let's see what she talking about.
Don't check LDL cholesterol. When you eat high fat in the absence of carbs, your body circulates fat more. This increasing circulation of fat decreases the amount of insulin and that excess inflammatory goo, that inflammation that causes heart disease. But eating high fat, low carb means your cholesterol will be elevated. Isn't that supposed to increase your risk of heart disease? Well, the answer is complicated and takes this explanation. I use the formation of a pimple to explain to patients what happens when a heart attack occurs. That pimple, that white gooey center, and its explosive moment is the moment that happens for a heart attack. So what makes a pimple? Yeah, that recipe does include fat. Let's look at the other 9 ingredients that do predict heart disease, that predict the formation of these pimples that take people's lives far too early. I created this chart in hopes to simplify something that is complicated. We are looking.
Okay, so she made this chart. Now, let's see who this lady is, you know what I mean? Let's not just take her word for it just because she got a million subscribers on YouTube. Who is Annette Bosworth, MD? Dr. Boz reverses chronic health problems with keto chemistry for sustained energy and leaner body. Who is she though? Like what? Boz MD, that's her website. She got books. Okay, so she seemed like she might be official. Okay, let's see what she's talking about. Let's go back to Dr. Boz, not to be confused with Dr. Oz, you dig?
What is the risk of heart disease when these labs are abnormal? To help make this a little simpler, we're going to use my numbers for these risk factors at the age of 52 and compare them to a patient of mine who's about a decade older, 65, and has had a heart attack. My patient and I are also from different age groups, which is associated with a different risk of heart disease at baseline. So first, let's look at uric acid. You may find it strange that I'm looking at that to try and predict heart disease, but it does increase the risk. Uric acid found in a blood test, so found in circulation, is the presence of a waste product that's trying to get out of your body. If there's an excessive amount of that waste product, you can find it inside your joints or other places in the body. You might associate the word uric acid with gout, and indeed, those higher amounts are a direct association to increased risk of heart disease. You may also have heard that uric acid is associated with an increased consumption of meat or purines. I would argue that the biggest predictor is your consumption of sugar. Yes, as you look at table sugar and you divide the two components of glucose and fructose, well, glucose is that molecule found in circulation where if I prick your finger and check your blood sugar, I'm looking at glucose. Fructose, we used to tell you was healthy because we couldn't see it increasing your blood sugar. But indeed, it was increasing your uric acid, and that was a dramatic risk in your risk of heart disease. As we go through these numbers, I think the simplest message shows in this column and this column. At my age, if my uric acid were abnormal, how many people would have heart disease? In my case, it was 1 in 23. Whereas my patient, a decade older, it was 1 in almost 6 patients. Both of our uric acids are normal. When we find uric acid elevated, that risk by, less sugar, less beer, and we can also prescribe a medication like allopurinol. This next ingredient.
So that's interesting. So she's basically saying that if the uric acid is higher, that could lower the risk of heart disease. You know, I guess high uric acid is associated with gout from what she was saying. So a lot of people think that would increase the risk of heart disease. It's interesting. Let's continue.
Is something you can't change. It's a genetic risk called Lp(a). And either it's normal, less than 75, or it's elevated. You only need this checked once in a lifetime, and in both my patient and I, we had normal results. The next lab is something I've lectured a lot about, hemoglobin A1C. And I think you'll find this very interesting on how it relates to the biggest predictor of heart disease. Hemoglobin A1C measures the average blood sugar over the past 3 months, and we're using your red blood cells to look at that. As we look at your red blood cells, we can see which ones have a sticky or a glycated hemoglobin found inside the red blood cells. The higher the number, the higher the average blood sugar. For as much as I've lectured on this, you would expect this to be at the top of the list, but it is not. You'll see again, both my patient and I had normal hemoglobin A1Cs. This is a great teaching point. My patient and I have almost the same hemoglobin A1C, that I have a lower age and I've never had a heart attack, and she is about a decade older and has had a heart attack. In my age group, if the hemoglobin A1C is abnormal, it takes my risk of heart disease from 3% to about 38%. That's 1 in 20. When you look at my patient, who's a decade older, her risk is a 24% increase. But because the baseline for heart disease is already at 14%, that's about 1 in 5.5 people. Hang in there. This makes more sense in the next few labs. This study points out that LDL is an increased risk factor for heart disease. And
okay, now she about to break down the LDL. Let's see what she's talking about. Let's go back a few.
Points out that LDL is an increased risk factor for heart disease, and both my patient and I have an elevated number according to their chart. I don't think this is the best way to predict heart disease. So let's move to the next number, which is body mass index. I had a normal BMI, so I didn't increase my risk, but the patient had an elevated one. My patient had an elevated BMI at 33.
So if I'm not mistaken, I think an elevated BMI is anything past 30. I know my BMI is usually between 30 and 30 and a half, sometimes 31. But if I was to guess right now, my BMI is probably like 28 or 29, probably 29. But let's continue.
Increased her risk by 33%. That's right, it's an adjusted hazard ratio of 1.33, which means she now has a 1 in 5 chance of a heart attack. I get a lot of you writing in saying BMI has issues. Yes, it's not perfect, but it is still a very good predictor of heart disease, especially as you age. But
see, what she ain't gonna talk about is how you have some people that have a higher BMI, like myself most of the time, that are like really active and eat right and not putting a whole bunch of bullshit in your body. So I don't know, like, but to be fair to her assessment, most people with a higher BMI are usually like, they usually do have bad weight and eat bad and don't get enough exercise and all that type of shit. It's rare that you find people with a higher BMI that are healthy, but they or we do exist. You dig?
DL fits in the same category as the last one, and we are skipping to one of my favorite labs, highly sensitive C-reactive protein. This is a measurement of inflammation, and we are measuring it in the right spot. We are looking at what is the inflammation of the skin lining on the inside of your blood vessels. This is right where those pimples pop, and we can see it coming from a mile away. When that C-reactive protein is normal or less than 1, it does not increase your risk of heart disease. But as that C-reactive protein rises and stays there for a long period of time, the risk of heart disease grows over time. Now,
That's interesting. I'm not even hip to the C-reactive protein and getting that measured, but that's interesting.
notice if my lab was abnormal, it would increase my risk of heart disease to 1 in almost 16 people. But because my patient has aged, her risk shoots up very quickly in 4. The next ingredient is as close as we're going to get to checking your cholesterol. This is a lipoprotein called ApoB. ApoB is the measurement of lipoproteins in circulation at the time of your fasted cholesterol test. So think of this as the goblets of fat or oil that are in circulation at this time. And it's as close as I'm going to get to checking cholesterol. It's the next test that I put a lot of weight on, and this is your fasting triglycerides. You might think that these strings of fat would measure your fat intake, but triglycerides are strictly linked to your consumption of carbohydrates. Early in the pimple making process, if the insulin is low, those triglycerides come into the circulation and they are gone long before your fasting cholesterol is checked. But when triglycerides are elevated 12 hours after the last time you've eaten, it shows me that your liver first filled with glucose, then filled with glycogen, and over time has started to fill with fat and triglycerides. So,
That's interesting. So I guess like if you're a healthy person, when you check the levels of the high glycerides while you're fasted, you know they're going to be normal. But if they elevate it after 12 hours plus of not eating, this is what it's going to look like. Interesting.
your insulin is high and your liver is already filled with the stored triglycerides, you keep them in circulation, which is how I can measure them in this lab. So check this out. At 52, my triglycerides were 88, so I did not have an increased risk of heart disease. But our patient had triglycerides that were elevated not once, not twice, but for the past decade. And that has increased her risk to 1 in 43. Now, the point is kind of mute with this patient because she's already had the heart attack, but it was the years of triglycerides that increased along with several others on this list. But the last 2 ingredients are even juicier for making heart attack pimples. Yeah, number 2 on the list is easy to measure. It is your blood pressure. You can measure this at home and the numbers should be in the 1 teens over the 70s. And I had normal blood pressure, but this.
Yeah, see, that's where I try to keep my blood pressure too, between like I say 110 and 120, you know what I mean? And then like the second number, you know, in the 70s. And I feel great like that. But, you know, at least me, you know, a lot of times I don't feel right when my blood pressures kind of get like where her patient is at 130 over 80. My blood pressure get right there, I kind of feel different. And even though that's not like super high, but you kind of could feel it.
Patient has had elevated blood pressure for over a decade and was on several medications in hopes to pull it down. The best we were able to do is to keep her blood pressure in the 130 range and the bottom number in the 80s. So let's.
And see, you know, they put you on these high blood pressure medications and it's like, it's so simple to lower your blood pressure if you just do the right shit, man. I remember my brother, man, shout out to my brother. He be in the chat sometimes, 6'6" but that's my blood brother. You know, he was telling me at one point in time that his doctors prescribed him with some high blood pressure medication. That's all it took. That scared him straight. And he made certain changes. He started exercising more. He started eating a little differently, and that lowered his blood pressure. But, you know, a lot of us are just programmed to just accept what they tell you and what they give you. Here, take this medication to lower your blood pressure. Okay, ain't nothing else I could do. Let me do this. When it's real simple, man. Just make certain changes. Do your research, figure out what's elevating your blood pressure, and make the changes. You did.
The numbers one more time. If I develop high blood pressure at the age of 52, it has an adjusted hazard ratio of 2.2, which is a 124% increase in my risk for heart disease. So because the baseline risk for heart disease in my age group is about 3.6%, that will change the risk to 1 in 12 people my age when their blood pressure is high. But check out how this impacts my patient when her age is in this age group. The baseline heart disease at 14.3% has an increased risk of heart disease by 48%. That takes it to about 1 in 5 people will have heart disease at her age when their blood pressure is elevated. But wait for it, that's not the best predictor. Looking back at all these risk factors, what do they all have in common? What happens when you can't get rid of waste, or if you have a genetic component, but what happens when the average blood sugars are elevated, or that your body mass has grown, or that the inflammatory markers on the inside of that blood vessel can't seem to just return to normal? High number of triglycerides in circulation, and that the top number of your blood pressure just will not get under 120. What we're looking at is this impact on insulin resistance. Well, there is a blood test that measures that. It's called LPIR. It's found as part of a nuclear magnetic resonance process looking at the lipoproteins in circulation. In other words, it's the best way to look at what's happening with the delivery of those fats in circulation. Yes, on a ketogenic diet, you will increase the amount of fats in circulation. That's not the question. The question is, how long does it take you to get from the moment you make those fats to their delivery and then recycle the little ships that they're being transported in? This process is measured by something called LPIR. And look at what it predicts. At my age, I had an LPIR that was less than 20. This did not put me at increased risk. But had it done that, it was a 540% increase.
Shit.
Yeah. A hazard ratio of 6.4, which would have taken my risk to 1 in 4. Said another way, if insulin resistance is pathologic throughout these other markers, you will have a predictor of heart disease. The part that shocks me is to look at the difference of risk in a hemoglobin A1C, yeah, your average blood sugar, and compare that to this LPIR. LPIR is, as insulin is rising, what is it doing to these particles in your circulation? And that happens early in the process. Unlike what happens with hemoglobin A1C, the average blood sugars stay controlled for years, for decades, but the amount of insulin it takes to control that is often a mystery to me and to you. LPIR exposes that. And again, look at our LPIR hung out in the 50 range, above the abnormal range. It was a huge predictor of her heart disease. 1 in 3 patients like her will have heart disease, and this is fixable. This patient's heart attack is in the past, and we are trying to prevent the next one by lowering these numbers.
So, in a nutshell, it seems like what she's saying is that it's not so much the cholesterol that puts you at risk for heart disease, but the insulin.
And as we do that, we'll use the tool of OMAD, 1 meal a day. And that has rules as well. You need to watch this video before trying that so you don't make the mistakes that patient made. I'll see you there.
So she wrapped it up by saying the solution is the 1 meal a day. Like I was just talking about, I just got back to doing. You dig. But yeah, man, I was showing all that to show, like, you know, again, I've never had problems with cholesterol, high cholesterol or whatever. but it seems like a lot of information is out there suggesting that high cholesterol doesn't necessarily put you at a high risk for heart disease. But I ain't no expert, though. I'm just listening to these people, you dig? See some of y'all's comments. Black Warrior Spirit says, facts. As we get older, 130/80 is good, but you got to maintain no higher than 120. Oh, shit. 120/70 or 80 is normal. Right. Let me see. I can't even remember what my last blood pressure read at. Let me see. Because I get an email notification every time I check my blood pressure. Let's see what my last one was. Oh, that's an old one. Let me see. Hold up. Okay, so this is the last time I checked my blood pressure, which was, goddamn, (121/80), and that was, what's it called? August 1st. So that was like 3 weeks before I left the States. That's my last blood pressure was. So that's kind of, I guess that's like considered normal. I think now I think they changed it. I think now, is it what, 124 over 80? I think it's considered like high at risk of high blood pressure or something like that. Some shit like that. Anthony Clark says, the best medicine is walking and drinking water. You'd be surprised how much better you'll feel and how much weight you can lose over time by going on long walks as much as possible. Man, that's real talk. Especially when you do intermittent fasting, right? Because when you do intermittent fasting, you'll become what they call fat adapted. Let me show y'all what the experts say about being fat adapted. Hold up. Because when you become fat adapted, that's when your body uses fat as fuel as opposed to glucose and glycogen. Now they talking about how long it takes to get fat adapted. Okay, how to become fat adapted. Let's see what he's saying.
It's a little bit of a misnomer. It's a little bit of a misnomer to say, I'm on a low carb diet or a keto diet because I want to become more fat adaptive. There's half truths to that. There's no doubt about it, but it really depends on the energy system that your body needs at that moment in time. And that's the fuel that it's going to burn. So if you're all out on a sprint, you're not tapping into that much. Like, that's not the energy system of the body that you're using. When you're going for a walk, you're even sleeping at night, you're tapping into a greater percentage, yes, of body fat. There's no doubt about it. But higher stress situations, physiologically, psychologically, it's going to tap into more glucose. That's what it needs. And that's just normal human activity of the body. That's why it's much better to stay balanced than try to push your diet in any one direction for a longer period of time. You know, it's a little bit of a
now
misnomer.
What he said was interesting because I remember years and years ago, I met this dude that was a personal trainer, and he was the first person that I heard say that low intensity workouts burn fat than high intensity workouts. But he didn't really explain to me how that was or why that was, right? But I remembered him telling me that way back in the day. But as I, started to learn more, as I got older, I started to understand what that guy just said, which was when you do more high intensity workouts like running or HIIT training and things like that, you're going to burn more glucose than fat because I guess it's a better energy source for that type of situation. So as opposed to doing low intensity stuff like walking, you're gonna use more fat as fuel for that type of situation as opposed to glucose. And then when you fast, I think it's after like 16 hours is when you start tapping into more fat burning than glucose burning. That's why it's good to exercise while you fasted, because you burning more fat than glucose in that situation. But when you become fat adapted, that's why, like me right now, right, I'm cool. I haven't had food. Now it's been 20 hours since I ate. I haven't eaten in 20 hours. I don't have a headache. I'm not frustrated. I'm not starving. And that's because I'm fat adapted. So my body is using fat as fuel right now as opposed to glucose. When you eating more throughout the day, you're going to spike your insulin and your body is going to burn more glucose when it's closer to when you've eaten. That's why when you eat more frequently, it's harder to burn fat, as opposed to if you eat once or twice a day and you go 18 to 20 hours or even 16 hours without eating, you're not getting that insulin spike throughout the day. So when you're moving around, whether you're going for a walk or you cleaning up around the house and doing all that type of stuff, you're burning more fat in those situations. Let's see what he's talking about.
So if you were going to
Why do we want to burn?
So if you were going to recommend to someone to try to make your body more fat adaptive, what would be the first step? Just to radically cut back on sugar? Should you do it slowly? Should you taper off? Or should you just give them up?
Either way, I mean, it's easier, I think, if you just give it up, you just go all in. If you're somebody who's been depending on sugar your whole life and you're doing 400, 500, 600 grams a day of carbohydrate, then going down to 100 or 120 is going to be painful for the first couple of weeks. And when I say painful, we have this thing called the low carb flu. So you go from your body, your brain expecting to have you refuel every meal for every couple of hours every day with carbohydrate to then reducing it down to 120, 150 grams a day. The brain starts to go, what's going on here? I mean, the muscles haven't yet built the metabolic machinery to burn fat. They're working on it, and they're upregulating. The genes are turning on to create the enzymes, but they're not there yet. It takes about 21 days to do this. So in the process, the body is expecting sugar, and if you're trying to work out at the same time, you're going to be screwed because now you have.
So basically what he's saying is, like, if you just cut back on the sugar like cold turkey, you're going to be going through withdrawals like a heroin addict. You know what I mean? That's the picture that I have in my head. Like somebody, you're like, man, I need some sugar, man. Damn, man. Shit, I ain't had no sugar in 5 hours, man. Shit. Sugar at, man. You got some sugar, man? Hey, man, you got some sugar?
you're sugar depleted, and you haven't learned how to burn fat yet, and the brain is depleted, and so the brain goes, I'm foggy, I can't think, I've got a headache, I'm dizzy, this sucks, I'm going to eat a bagel. And
That's
so
what happened to me when I did the Atkins diet for a while, many years ago.
Yeah. A lot of
I
people
was
get derailed
exhausted.
the first or second week.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you have to not train during that time, or at
Not
least
train.
Cut it way back. Don't do any glycolytic training. So just ride the bike easy, go for a hike, or do some stuff like that. But you can't really train hard when you're doing that.
And how long does it take to adapt?
So 1 or 2 weeks, people get through that fog, and then they'll be good. I have a book called The 21-Day Total Body Transformation, and it's the 21 days is about how long it takes to get 80% of the benefits of becoming a fat-burning beast, is what we call it.
So,
but yeah, and then, you know, that's why, like I said, when I left the States, which was the end, I think I had like a 36.5-inch waist. Something like that. And now I have like a 33 3/4 or something like that. So I done lost like 2 3/4 inches off my waist, almost 3 inches off my waist, right? And a big part of the reason is because, like I said, I've been, for the whole month of September, I was walking 15 or 14,000 steps a day on average. I averaged for the whole month of September 14,000 steps a day. So, and especially the second half of September, I was doing it fasted. See, like I told you before, at first I was eating in the morning. So by the time I get to my walk, it'll probably be 6 hours since I ate. And at that point, I'm not really in fat burning mode, as opposed to I don't eat in the morning. The last time I ate was 6 o'clock yesterday. I go to the gym, work out, and then I go for my long walk. You know, by that time I'm in fat burning mode. So that walk, I'm getting more bang for my buck because I'm in fat burning mode because I haven't eaten since yesterday. As opposed to if I ate this morning, I'm not really burning fat, I'm burning glucose. You know what I mean? So, and then the more you do that, the more your body adapts to, you know, being in fat burning mode. So, you know, a lot of us think that all there is to it is just lowering your calories. But it's not only lowering your calories, but it has a lot to do with how you eat and when you eat as well. Because if you're lowering your calories, but you eating 5-6 times a day, you know, it's going to be kind of counterproductive as opposed to if you're only eating once or twice a day. G Wiz says the thing about fasting too much, you lose a lot of muscle too. G Wiz, see, I'm glad you said that, man, because see, it's a lot of common beliefs out there when it comes to certain things, right? But let's just see what they say about what'd you say? Hold on, let's see. Let's say. Let's just say.
It's clinically proven when you do a fast It's clinically proven when you do a fasted workout, you actually can build more muscle. If you have food in your system while you're working out, it's digesting while you're trying to work too. Whereas if I don't have food in my system, now all of that energy is being shifted towards the muscle, towards circulation. My metabolism is different too, because now all I'm doing is pulling the sugar out of the muscle, the glucose, to burn that initially. And then once I burn that out, now all it's doing is burning fat. Whereas if you got food in your system, it's only going to be working on the food. It's clinically proven when you do a fasted work.
I don't know, makes sense to me what he's saying, but then also, see, I'm trying to find a video where somebody is talking about how ketones, which when your body produces ketones, that's when you start burning fat, right? But there's also research out there that shows that ketones help protect and preserve your muscle while you're fasting, because you produce ketones while you fast, right? And that's a big common belief out there, that when you're fasting and you working out, you're gonna lose muscle. But let's see what
If you want to save more of your muscle mass or even build some muscle mass as you fast, consider having protein only or mostly protein meals once or twice in the fasting period. So let's say you break your fast at 7 p.m. and you eat up until 9 p.m. and then you go to bed at like 10 or 11. That means the rest of the day you're not eating. That means you are in a position where your muscles are not exposed to the amino acids, which are breakdown products of protein, and your probability of muscle loss is decent, and your probability of muscle growth is really low because there's no raw materials. But what about this? Instead of totally pure fasting, when you wake up in the morning after a few hours, have some Greek yogurt. It's mostly protein anyway. Or have a protein shake, and maybe have another one later on, or have some very lean meat with some vegetables. It's almost fasting, is very few calories, but once or twice during that early part of the day, if you get a decent chunk of protein in, it can keep your muscle on your body, and it can even help you grow a little bit of muscle.
Now I hear what he's saying. He actually has a contradicting theory to what I'm thinking, right? And what he's saying is it's almost fasting. There's no such thing as almost fasting. Either you're fasting or you're not. And what he's also not going to say is that even though you might be eating a small amount of protein or that little bit of yogurt or a lean piece of meat, that's going to spike your insulin. And when your insulin goes up, you're not fasting anymore. See, that's the whole thing that comes with fasting. When you fast, your insulin goes down. When you eat, your insulin goes up. It don't matter what you eat, except for the only thing that doesn't spike insulin is fat. Protein is going to spike your insulin. So like he's suggesting to eat a small amount of protein. That's going to make your insulin go up. Carbohydrates is definitely going to make your insulin go up. But, fat, which yogurt does have a lot of fat in it too. But his suggestion is going to make your insulin go up. So yeah, it may help you preserve muscle better. But I'm trying to find somebody who lets you know that intermittent fasting is not going to make you lose muscle mass. Let's see. Let's put in intermittent. Let's see what Dr. Mindy talking about.
Let's talk about what fasting probably doesn't do or makes it not so special. First, it doesn't help you lose.
I didn't even click on him. They trying to force bro on me. Let's try to see what Dr. Mindy was talking about.
when we're in a fast or we're doing a fast, the muscles will shrink because you're in autophagy. And autophagy is made for detoxing and clearing out the junk out of your tissues. But if you stay in autophagy all the time and you don't work on some mTOR, which is how you actually build muscle, then yes, if I'm a fasting, intermittent fasting, and I'm really just staying in this place of only doing autophagy and only breaking down, over time, your muscle will break down too. You can start to go, okay, let me fast, and when I break my fast, let me stimulate mTOR with protein so I can build muscle. When we're in a fast or we're doing a fast, the muscles will shrink because you're in autophagy, and autophagy.
So I guess she's saying, like, if you get enough protein, basically, then you're going to stimulate the muscles. Okay, let's see this one.
Okay, you guys asked, does fasting break? There are two things I want you to think about. One, longer fast, greater than 17 hours, stimulates autophagy and will force your muscles to release stored sugar, which will be a... Okay, you guys asked, does fasting break muscle down? There are two things I want you to think about. One, longer fast, greater than 17 hours, stimulates autophagy and will force your muscles to release stored sugar, which will be a...
God damn, why does
you guys
she keep
asked,
starting
does
over?
fasting break muscle down? There are two things I want you to think about. One, longer fast, greater than 17 hours, stimulates autophagy and will force your muscles to release stored sugar, which will be a...
Man,
okay.
This video will not play all the way through. I don't know why. Like, what's wrong with her video? You know what? I'll do this. Let me see. I'm going to show you the proof in the pudding. Now, this is somebody that's on swole that eats one meal a day. This dude is on swole and he eats one meal a day. So he does intermittent fasting.
When a person is not eating all the time, their body's just working better. Brain work better. You gotta think about it like this. Our ancestors, they would eat a couple times a week. There was no grocery stores. They had to hunt, right? So they wasn't hunting when they was full. They was hunting on an empty stomach. So when you're on an empty stomach, you have a heightened sense of awareness, alertness, memory, all of that, and energy. Because you have systems of the body. Digestion is a huge system. It takes up a lot of resources in the body. So when you're digesting food, you want to chill. There's no full mindset. It's a hungry mindset. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's for a reason. When a person is not eating all the
Oh, Bill said, yeah, they've been starting over on my YouTube as well. He does add a couple snacks though. Oh, so he's eating one meal a day, but he's not eating one time a day. See, that's the little I guess you could say misconception of intermittent fasting. Some people say they do one meal a day, but what they're not telling you is they might have a few snacks, like 2 or 3 snacks throughout the day as well, but they only eat one full meal. See, me, I'm only eating one time a day. One meal a day, one time a day. Let's see what he's talking about on here.
Mastering what you eat and how you eat, that is the gateway to self-mastery. Now, there's a little saying out there, I'm sure you've all heard it, and it says eating first thing in the morning is the most important meal of the day. That is false. It's just wrong. That interrupts your fasting window. Fasting gives your body time to repair itself through a process called autophagy. Autophagy helps clean out damaged cells and it regenerates new ones. Now, another reason why you don't want to eat breakfast first thing in the morning is insulin sensitivity. Pretty much all breakfast is high in carbohydrates. So you are spiking your insulin levels first thing in the morning, which can put you at risk for type 2 diabetes. Another reason why not to eat first thing in the morning is mental clarity. When you're fasting, your body isn't using energy to digest. That leaves more energy for your brain. When your first meal is delayed, you have a higher degree of focus, a sharp mental clarity, and increased productivity. You overall have another reason why not to eat first thing in the morning is craving control. Eating breakfast can trigger cravings throughout the day. When you start eating, your hunger hormones, they get activated, making you
Right, and not only just breakfast, but like he said, the high carbs. See, the high carbs is really where them cravings come from. If you do eat breakfast and it's low carb, you know, you're not gonna have those hunger cravings so much, you know. But that's gonna have to be like along with a low carb diet overall, not just low carbs for breakfast. But like I told y'all, me myself, I don't eat breakfast and I'll be feeling great.
more likely to snack or overeat throughout the day. Another reason why not to eat early is for fat burning. When you're in a fasted state, your body uses stored fat for energy instead of glucose from food. When you skip breakfast and you push back your first meal, you extend that fat burning period. You'll shed excess weight and you build a leaner, more defined physique. Another reason why not to eat breakfast is capitalism. Let's think about this. The cereal industry, specifically Kellogg's and General Mills, they spent $500 a year in marketing. In 2022, they made $45 billion in profits.
$500 million a year on marketing. That's cold. And, you know, a lot of people don't even know that that's where that saying, breakfast is the most important meal of the day, I think that came from Kellogg's. Let's check that out. Yep, I was right. Kellogg's. The phrase breakfast is the most important meal of the day originated as a 1917 marketing slogan for Kellogg's cereal, popularized by the company's founder, Dr. John Harvey Kellogg. While Kellogg believed in a healthy breakfast, the saying's widespread adoption is a testament to early public relation campaigns by food companies. So Kellogg's, the cereal company, they're the ones who popularized the theory of breakfast being the most important meal of the day. It wasn't backed by any kind of research. It wasn't backed by science or, nothing. It was just, you know what? We make cereal. People eat cereal for breakfast. So we going to promote the idea that breakfast is the most important meal of the day. And that shit is so popular. I remember as a kid, parents and teachers and all the adults would just always say, make sure you eat your breakfast because breakfast is the most important meal of the day. It makes your brain function better. It you think better when you eat breakfast. And that could be true for people that have a high carb diet, because if you don't eat breakfast, you're going to be frustrated. You're going to have a headache. You're going to be in a bad mood. But if you don't have a high carb diet and you're not having those cravings and you condition your body to go longer without food, then actually, if you don't eat breakfast, your brain will function better. But let's go back to what Mr. Rashid is saying.
about dairy. The National Dairy Council spends anywhere from $500 million to $1 billion a year in marketing, and they profited $720 billion in 2022. I'm in the wrong industry. The fast food industry, let's say McDonald's, they spent $1 billion in marketing in 2022, and they made $34 billion in profits. Breakfast sales alone at McDonald's does over $10 billion a year. Their biggest category at McDonald's is the breakfast food. I don't know if y'all know that. Then you have baked goods industry. The baked goods market is valued at over $400 billion in the US, and the breakfast portion alone does $12 billion annually. Then we have the juice industry.
He talking about he in the wrong industry. Shit, you got me thinking like, shit, I'm in the wrong. I need to get into the breakfast industry, man. Shit. They making all these billions of dollars just off breakfast. Shit. Damn.
Fruit juice market is valued at $150 billion. With orange juice sales alone, breakfast.
But I'm talking shit, but nah, I couldn't do it, man. Like me, I couldn't be a part of a business killing people. Like I just couldn't. That wouldn't sit right with me, man. No matter how much money I'm making, like knowing that the product that I'm putting out there is, slowly taking people's lives or just giving people all kind of health problems and shit. Nah, I couldn't do it, man. There's other ways to make money. You dig?
$30 billion a year. I could go on, but what I am driving home is this point. They are marketing to you that you need breakfast and it's the most important meal of the day. And that's simply not true. They push it so hard because it's huge for business. And remember this, you mastering what you eat and how you eat is the gateway to self-mastery. And if you can't master yourself, you cannot master anything. If you're not in control of your own body, your own craving, your own instincts, how do you expect to be in control of anything in your life? This is why discipline over what you eat is a non-negotiable for those who want to push themselves to that next level, physically, mentally, and spiritually. Let's go back to 2015. I found myself facing that exact challenge. I got my blood work done for the first time, and I realized that I was on a fast track to becoming pre-diabetic. And here's the thing, I wasn't even fat. I weighed 250 pounds. I was thick. I was solid muscle. My body was sending me a clear signal that it was not thriving. I had to face that reality no matter how strong I looked on the outside.
That's cold because I remember, because I've been hip to Mike Rashid probably since maybe like 2013 or 14. He had did this viral video back then, and Bill, I'm pretty sure you familiar with the video, but Mike Rashid did a video, T.T. Fletcher back then, where he did this bench press routine where they was putting 10 plates on, or not 10 plates, but 10 pound. They put, 10 pound plates on, 10 pound plates on, and they would go up and they would come back down. I forget how many plates they might have been putting. I think it was putting 10 plates on each side, because 10 plates on each side is what, 245. Yeah. So that's what they was doing, and he was doing sets of 10. But put on some 10-pound plates, do a set of 10, put on, some more set of 10. So that's where I got hip to him. And back then he's still on swole now, but he was way super swole back then. But it's just a trip to know that as fit as he was, even though he was big, he was fit. But he was pre-diabetic. That's crazy.
Was not in control on the inside. And I was eating a big breakfast before training, eating right after training, and having a big dinner every night. I was eating way too much. So I had to make a drastic change. I switched to eating one meal a day. Most people thought I was crazy. How could you stay muscular while only eating one meal a day? How could you stay strong? Well, let's look at the science. When you reduce how often you eat, your metabolism becomes more efficient. Your body becomes better at putting the nutrition. So as I ate less, my muscle protein synthesis became more efficient. Protein muscle synthesis is the process where your body repairs and builds muscles after you exercise. See, when you work out, you create tiny tears in your muscle fibers. Your body uses protein from your food, which breaks down into building blocks called amino acids. It fixes those tears, and as the muscle heals, it grows stronger and bigger and more tight and firm.
And another thing, speaking of protein synthesis, apple cider vinegar. If you eat but if you drink a tablespoon of apple cider vinegar about 30 minutes before you eat, that apple cider, there's something in that apple cider vinegar that helps your body break down that, those better and get the amino acids to your muscles better. So basically you get more bang for your buck if you take a tablespoon of apple cider vinegar. Of course, dilute it with water. You don't want to just drink apple cider vinegar by itself, but get about an 8-ounce glass of water, put the tablespoon of apple cider vinegar in it. 30 minutes before you eat, take that down, and it'll help you better break down the nutrients in your food.
Every time that you work out and eat enough protein, your muscle gets better at handling that load. You got to rest and sleep as well. That's very important because most of the muscle building happens when you're resting. For me, it was a discipline. I had to take control of my body, and in turn, I took control of my life. So me mastering how I eat, it unlocked a deeper level of self-mastery. See, when you limit yourself to 1 meal a day or intermittent fasting, you are mastering your cravings. You are sharpening your mind. Now, let's say I'm at an event and everybody around me is distracted by hunger or snacking. I'm not. I'm focused. Yep. I feel more powerful because now I'm in control of my body and it's not the other way around. That is the elite mindset that I'm talking about. And all of this is backed by science. You see, studies show that intermittent fasting can improve insulin sensitivity, it lowers inflammation, and it extends the lifespan. You see, one of the earliest studies on fasting showed rats that ate every other day, they lived up to 80% longer than those that ate freely. And that's not some isolated case. In humans, intermittent fasting is shown to lower the risk of diabetes, heart disease, and many cancers. Let's talk about how this works at a cellular level. When you give your body a break from constant eating, it triggers a process called autophagy. That is your body's way of cleaning house, getting rid of damaged cells, regenerating new ones, healthier ones. See, this literally keeps you young because it's regenerating your cells, and it's your body's way of repairing itself from the inside out. And for those of you who are wondering if eating less means losing muscle, let me break down that myth.
Okay, here we go. Now we getting to the part that I was waiting for, because I forget who that was that mentioned that earlier about, intermittent fast or just fasting. He didn't say intermittent fasting, but somebody in the comments said that fasting, too much will make you lose muscle. Now he's getting to the part where he's talking fasting and the myth about it making you lose muscle. Let's see what he got to say.
Your food intake, your body becomes more efficient at utilizing the nutrients that you do give it. Muscle protein synthesis, which I talked about earlier, it increases in response to this challenge. So your body's going to prioritize protein to repair and build muscle, becoming more efficient at nutrient partitioning. So I dropped down to 220 pounds from 250, and I didn't lose an ounce of strength. If anything, I became more focused, more efficient, looked better, and I became stronger. Now, there's a reason why animals in the wild live longer when they eat less. Let's take, for instance, the Greenland shark, one of the longest living creatures on the planet, and it lives 500 years, and it eats very infrequently. And then we got crocodiles. They can go months, even years without one meal, and they're some of the oldest living animals. But of course, we're not animals, but there is wisdom in nature. Animals that eat less tend to live longer because their bodies aren't under constant stress from digestion. Less stress on your system means more time for your body to heal, repair, and itself. So what are the real benefits of eating 1 meal a day or intermittent fasting? This is not just about weight loss. It's about giving your body the space to heal. You are lowering your insulin levels. You're reducing inflammation. You're triggering autophagy. These are the processes that leads to better health and longevity. Take the people of Okinawa, for example. This small island has one of the longest living populations in the world.
And it's a trip that he mentioned Okinawa because, like I mentioned earlier, when I was talking about Okinawa, I mentioned how Okinawa is one of the zones in the world, which, as he just said, as I said earlier, is one of the places where that has the highest concentration of people that live to be 100 years old.
Guess what? They practice intermittent fasting as a way of life. They eat nutrient-dense foods, low-calorie meals, and as a result, they have lower rates of heart disease, diabetes, and cancer. Now, I get that.
And dementia.
Eating 1 meal a day might seem extreme for some of y'all, right? That's okay. If you're not ready to dive directly into 1 meal a day, there's other ways to reap the benefits of intermittent fasting. You can try the 16-8 method. That's fasting for 16 hours and then eating within an 8-hour window. Or you can start with the 5-2 method, where you eat normally for 5 days and you restrict your calories for the other 2. The main thing here is giving your body a break from constant stress of digestion and letting it optimize itself. Hey, what if I told you that you could supercharge your intermittent fasting, burn more fat, and preserve those hard-earned muscles without starving yourself? Let me introduce you to the Ambrosia Collective's Holy Trinity Stack. We bought.
Okay, he promoting this product. You know what I mean? Let's skip past that. Yeah, he promoting the shit out that product. I ain't mad at you, but we gonna slide past that.
Back to the video. Fasting has been used all throughout history, not just for physical health, but for mental and spiritual clarity.
And that's real. Like if you pay attention to any kind of theology and spiritual beliefs, just about or a spiritual belief, they practice fasting. You know, Christianity, they practice fasting. Islam, they practice fasting. I believe Buddhists practice fasting. Just about every religion you could think of, they incorporate some kind of fasting in there. There's got to be a reason, and it's been like that for thousands of years, so it got to be a reason why.
It is a tool for self-mastery. When you control what and when you eat, you start to gain control over other areas of your life. It is a discipline that sharpens your mind, it strengthens your body, and it aligns your spirit. Fasting has been known to reduce the risk of diseases like diabetes, heart disease, and it's also linked to improving mental clarity and emotional stability. Mastering your appetite is the foundation of mastering your life. So here is my challenge to you. Let's try it. Start small. Test yourself. See how your body and mind responds, because when you learn to control your body, everything else becomes possible. Less food does not mean less power. It means more clarity, more efficiency, and more strength. 1 meal a day or any form of intermittent fasting is the gateway to mastering your body and ultimately your life. All right?
So you see one swole ass dude right here who eats 1 meal a day. Now I'm going to show you another swole individual who back in the day only ate 1 meal a day. Now this is Serge Nubret, and this is somebody who personally knew Serge Nubret.
Serge Nubret ate the same meals every day. No junk, no supplements, only whole food. Most bodybuilders today wouldn't survive 48 hours on this diet, but in this video, I will show you.
So that picture obviously is Serge Nubret. As you can see, he's on swole as hell. And Serge ate most of the time only 1 meal a day. So he definitely did intermittent fasting. And the man stayed on swole. So he gonna talk a little bit about it, because this individual right here, he's a former bodybuilder as well, and obviously a doctor. But he had the opportunity to be around Serge Nubret, you know, at different periods of time, and he was able to see not only how he trained but how he ate as well, and he gonna talk about it.
Why it worked. In 1970s, Serge Nubret was known as the Black Panther of bodybuilding. While others bulked up and then cut down, he stayed lean year round, eating like a monk and training like a machine. I'm Dr. Nesh Jocic, former bodybuilding champion. I competed 46 times and won 17 titles. I've been in bodybuilding for over 40 years. At that time, I've trained personally over 3,000 clients and helped them to get in the best shape of their lives. I also published 10 ebooks which are full with detailed explanation of anything you wanted to know about bodybuilding, muscle growth, fat loss.
Black Warrior Spirit, you crazy. He said, after this mac and lobster pasta dish, I'm getting back on my healthy program, LOL, Jim ASAP. Hey, but you know, it's okay to eat that kind of stuff in moderation, I guess, man. You know, as long as it ain't like the only type of thing that you eat all day, every day. Every so often can't kill you.
Nutrition. So click on the link in the comments and you can access my ebooks that will help you greatly to get in the best shape of your life. Now let us dive into the topic. So Serge Nubret was 6 foot tall and his competitor was around 200 to 212 pounds, so anywhere from 90 to 96 kgs. In the off season, he would go anywhere between 220 to 225, so anywhere between 100 and 102 kgs. And this helped him actually to stay relatively in fantastic shape year round. So he never bulked up as people are doing today, and he never had to cut down dramatically as is obviously typical practice today. For that reason, he managed to appear on every single show looking larger than many other bodybuilders who were 20 pounds heavier than him. So Serge Nubret is known for exceptionally flat, tight midsections. It was around 28 inches. So this is phenomenal.
That is phenomenal, man. For a dude to be 6 feet tall, he's saying 212 pounds, but I know Serge Nubret, he competed also as much as 218 pounds, right? But at 218 pounds, to have a 28-inch waist. But another thing that he didn't mention in here, because you know I'm very familiar with Serge Nubret. He's one of my favorite, if not my favorite, bodybuilder. And another thing about Serge Nubret that a lot of people don't know is that every morning when he got up, the thing he did was 2,000 sit-ups straight, nonstop. The man was doing 2,000 sit-ups nonstop every morning, first thing when he wake up. And if you look at his core, it's not hard to believe. A lot of people be like, damn, man, 2,000 sit-ups every morning, first thing when you wake up? That's crazy, man. Ain't nobody doing that. But if you look at his core, it's not hard to believe. And then not just that, but if you know about how he used to train, I remember Lou Ferrigno, which for those of y'all who don't remember or know who Lou Ferrigno is, he's also a bodybuilder. He was the Incredible Hulk back in the 70s. So if you watch the old school Incredible Hulk show, that's Lou Ferrigno. But Lou Ferrigno was saying one time he trained with Serge Nubret, and they was doing leg extensions, and he said Serge made him do 40 sets, not 40 reps, 40 sets to failure of leg extension, just leg extensions. He said he looked at him like he was crazy, like 40 sets? For real? But he was just a beast like that. You know what I mean? So, right, CJ, both of them, actually Serge Nubret and Lou Ferrigno were both in Pumping Iron. But Serge didn't really have a lot of like talking parts. He was just in there like one time Arnold played like a trick on him with his shirt or something like that. Because Arnold used to play a little dirty at the Olympia, man. Trying to throw people off and psych them out their game and shit like that. But yeah, Serge was a beast, though. But I just say all that to say, man, for him to be 200 and something pounds
with a 28-inch waist is crazy.
And his look also combined with extreme fullness and combined fullness or sharp definition, not necessarily just pure bulk, pure mass. Even at 200 pounds, he looked bigger than some of other people who were 20, 25, 30 pounds heavier than him on the stage. And this is due to his proportions, his symmetry, and exceptional conditioning. So, for example, in 1975, he competed with 200 pounds on the stage, it's around 90 kgs, against Arnold, who was 235 pounds. So Arnold was...
Now look at that. If you look at him in the picture, you wouldn't think that Arnold was like 30 pounds heavier than him because they look about the same size. But what you can't really tell from this picture so much is that his core, his midsection is way tighter than Arnold's. His core is Arnold didn't have no 28 inch. I think Arnold had like a 34-inch waist, if I'm not mistaken. Which is, still good, especially because I think Arnold is like 6'1". So for somebody that's 6'1" on swole with a 34-inch waist, that's respectable. But for somebody that's 6 feet on swole with a 28-inch waist, that's crazy.
5 pounds heavier than Nubre, but you won't see that on the stage. So in those days, especially from his perspective, bodybuilding was all about symmetry and proportions and conditioning rather than what we see today.
Ilika Spain says, didn't he own a gym in L.A.? I'm not sure if Serge Nubret owned a gym in L.A., but I wouldn't be surprised. He probably did own a gym in L.A., but I'm not 100% sure, but he probably did. Anthony Clark says those bodybuilders would last a lot longer without the steroids and 5,000 plus calories they eat every day. Yeah, and if you pay attention, the way it's looking now, man, the old school bodybuilders from the 70s and 80s, they still alive. They was taking steroids back then too, but they steroids was different than the ones nowadays, and they still alive. Arnold is still alive. Franco Columbu would still be alive if he didn't drown, but he still lived to be 70-something years old. Rest in peace to Franco. Lee Haney, arguably one of the greatest bodybuilders ever. Lee Haney is in his 60s, but still look good. You know what I mean? Still look healthy. A lot of them old school bodybuilders are still alive. Lou Ferrigno, a lot of them are still around, but a lot of these modern bodybuilders, man, they getting taken out early, man. Like Sean Roden, rest in peace. Cedric McMillan, rest in peace. Dallas McCarver, rest in peace. Man, the list goes on and on and on, man. It's unfortunate how many young bodybuilders we done lost, man. They making some crazy sacrifices.
Just pure size without really good proportions and conditioning, which is a far cry from something that Serge Nubret has achieved in the 70s.
Yeah, if you compare Serge Nubret to these dudes, man, he was way more chiseled. For sure.
So clearly the diet that he followed had to play a lot regarding his phenomenal conditioning, proportions, symmetry. He appeared like that in every single show. He was the master of conditioning. Not only that, but if you see on all this...
and see, what people don't know is like this picture right here, Serge got to be in his 40s. He's somewhere in his 40s right here. He might even be 46 or 47 years old, man. But looking at his body, you wouldn't even be able to tell, man. It looked like somebody just took a chisel and a mallet and like carved his body out for 40-something years old.
photos, Serge Nubret was also huge, especially his chest, his arms, his shoulders, and the small waist actually added to that illusion of size. So obviously, smaller your waist is, bigger the rest will always look.
Yeah, Drew Smooth, Ronnie Coleman is in a wheelchair, but that's because he broke his back when he was trying to squat, I think like 800-something pounds. He was trying to squat, and he broke his back, and that's how he ended up in a wheelchair. But, you know, of course, I ain't never met Ronnie Coleman. Elika Spain says he met him in the Bay. But Ron just seemed like a real cool dude, man, real positive. He seems real humble as well. I hate that for Ron. I know he's doing different things to try to get his ability to walk again. And I hope that he does get that again. But Ron still be working out, man. He still be having videos where he in the gym working out and shit. But at least he's still here, though, man. Right, like Bill says, steroids aside, Arnold, Serge, and them were a much more inspirational level. Yeah, I agree, man. Like, when I seen Pumping Iron back in the day, man, I was just like, man, I was blown away. You know. Joe Blast said, I met Ron when he was 320 pounds. He's a cool guy. Yeah, you know, he just seemed like he got that that Southern gentleman thing about him, you know. Yeah, Ronnie a legend, but bad form and drugs hurt him. Blessings to him. Hope he can recover and may God heal him. Sadly, what we do early in life catches up with us later in life. Yeah, man, that's why, like I said, man, me, myself, I'm on this healthy shit, you dig?
I had that opportunity to spend 1 month with him in 2 occasions, in 2 consecutive years, and I had that luxury and honor, obviously, to witness the training and the diet of one of the most famous bodybuilders of all time. So I will tell you from my own experience and also for experience of and statements of eyewitnesses how he ate and why was his diet approach so different than many others in his days, and also so different than diets that bodybuilders are doing today. So this is exactly what Serge Nubret ate. Serge Nubret ate up to 6 pounds of beef or horse per day. Some people.
Yeah, he's saying beef, but I heard about the horse for sure, and I heard about him eating 6 pounds of horse per day. But what's crazy? Now he's gonna go on to say, I think he said that Serge will eat sometimes 2 meals a day, sometimes 1, which might be true because he was around him, so he would know better than me. But I remember reading that Serge Nubret would sit down every day and eat 6 pounds of horse meat in one sitting. Now, I was talking about earlier myself eating 2 pounds of meat or chicken, and that's a lot. 6 pounds? That's crazy. 6 pounds of horse meat in one sitting every day. That's crazy.
We even say that was more than that, but we will stick to this figure because this is what eyewitnesses said, and on occasion he said it himself. I also saw Serge Nubret eating a big steak, probably around 3 pounds in size, massive steak once, and I just couldn't believe it.
1 3-pound steak, man, that's crazy. But it just goes to show you what factored into his greatness. Serge Nubret was maniacal. Like, the way he ate was crazy.
the way that he trained was crazy. But as a result, his body was crazy. So it makes sense.
And can eat so much. Now, apart from beef or horse meat that he had during the year, he would eat rice and beans and almonds. Now, the diet was a typical diet that he followed was actually minimal in carbs and almost no sugar, obviously very high in protein, 600 grams plus, and medium or low fat. And there is something very unusual that you probably won't believe it, but Serge Nubret ate once or twice per day. So what can we make out of this? Is it possible that we can follow this type of diet today? Would it work in our world now in 2025? Why are other people not doing it? So
other people ain't doing it because the discipline required is off the chain. But I mean, I just wanted to make the point again that doing intermittent fasting is not gonna make you lose muscle, because as you can see, his brain was super swole and he only ate once or twice per day. He obviously did intermittent fasting. And then I just showed you before that Mike Rashid, who also eats one meal a day, is super swole. You know what I mean? So Anthony Clark said, man, if I order a tomahawk steak, I'm splitting it with one or two people. But 6 pounds? Can one get it in the U.S. though? I don't know. I ain't never. I would imagine you can get horse meat somewhere. If anywhere, I would think you for sure could get it in the South, especially Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, them places like that. They eat everything. They probably even eat humans on the low. You know, them people in Tennessee, man, they eat everything. If anybody in the chat from Tennessee, you already know, man, Tennessee people eat everything. Like every animal you could think of, they done cooked it and made it taste good. Like they done ate every animal that exists. Tennessee done ate that shit before. So if there's anywhere in America that you can get horse meat, I would think it's in Tennessee somewhere. But not down here in Memphis. Nah, see, okay, yeah, let me be more specific. Yeah, because Memphis probably ain't eating no horse meat and possum stew and, you know, all that type of stuff, bear meat and all that. But Eastern Tennessee, like Nashville and all up in there, Chattanooga and Knoxville and all that, yeah, they eating everything. Over there, they eating everything for sure. Right, yeah, Memphis is kind of like its own world. You know what I mean? Memphis is like different from the rest of Tennessee, I would agree. You know, Tennessee, the other parts of Tennessee is very different from Memphis. Memphis is like its own world. For real. I agree with that, Drew Smooth. But yeah, Eastern Tennessee though, for sure, man, they eating everything. So you probably could find some horse meat over there. I don't know. But me, myself, I'm not really interested in horse meat. I just can't picture myself eating Mr. Ed or, you know, My Little Pony or something like that. You know what I mean? I don't know. The thought of eating a horse is kind of bizarre to me. But hey. Trump got the National Guard out here right now. Yeah, I heard about that, man. I heard about Trump sending them people out there to Memphis. It's crazy. Now, Drew said Ronnie would set alarms all throughout the night to hit his macros. Definition of discipline. Yeah, Ronnie was a beast, man. He's another individual. Like, his discipline was off the chain. And it shows, you know what I mean? Like, if you pay attention to people like him, again, Serge Nubret, even Arnold, you know, them dudes, man, they just cut from a different cloth. Their discipline was off the chain.
Black Warrior Spirit say the Midwest and the South still eating them taboo delicacy foods. They know how to cook it up decent though. Laugh out loud. That's real talk. Hey man, that's one thing too, boy. Tennessee for sure. Hey man, that moonshine. Tennessee got some powerful moonshine that'll knock you on your ass, boy. Now, Drew Smooth, even though you from Memphis, I'm pretty sure you done had some of that moonshine out there, man. That moonshine, boy, knock you on your ass. That shit. Man. They got some powerful moonshine out there. Shit, 2,000 proof type shit. Drew Smooth said, I'm a white boy. You already know, dog. Put you in the coma. For real, that's who I had it from. Some white boys in eastern Tennessee, man. They had all kind of jars of that shit, man. Big, you know, hey, like, if you have some moonshine, it's gonna be in a mason jar, man. I ain't never seen moonshine that wasn't in a mason jar. So I would think that, you know, it got to be official to. It got to be in a mason jar to be official moonshine, man. If it ain't in the mason jar, it probably ain't right. If the moonshine ain't in the mason jar, man, it probably ain't real moonshine, man. For real though. How do you think red meat and horse meat affects your longevity? Adrian, I'm not sure. I know Serge Nubray, I think, lived to be like in his 70s, like early 70s. Let me see how long Serge Nubray lived. Yeah, he lived to be 72 years old. Now, I don't know if he kept that diet up once he got older in age, but I know he was in shape even up until the day he died. Like, he was in shape. Like, there's videos of him working out in the gym at 70-something years old, and he was still in, you know, good shape. But I would imagine that he probably didn't keep that same routine going to eating 6 pounds of horse meat at 70-something years old. You know what I mean? I don't think he kept that up. But that's a good question. I don't know how it would affect you for the long term. But the red meat, you know, see, this is the thing too, right? The food is a lot different nowadays than it was 50 years ago. I think even 30 and 40 years ago, right? The food that we have nowadays is not the same. Like, the red meat from 50 years ago is not the same as the red meat today. The chicken, the bread, the rice, everything is not the same as it was 50 years ago. They put a lot of bullshit in the food nowadays, man. And then too, they put a lot of stuff in the food to make you crave it more. You know, they deliberately put certain things in the food to make you crave it more and obviously buy more of it so that you can eat more of it and overeat. You know what I mean? So I say all of that to say you got people that ate red meat all the time, you know, ate bacon all the time and lived to be over 100 years old. But I think that's because, again, the food of their time was just different than the food these days. Anthony Clark say, man, I bought some 190 proof Everclear once, and when I opened it, the fumes almost knocked me out. I mixed some with my Sprite, and I literally lost my voice for about 3 days. I threw it away. Yeah, see, that's scary right there. That's scary. Black Warrior Spirit say facts, freeze. Them big chickens be on steroids nowadays. Yeah, man, shit just different, you know? Shit just ain't the same no more, man. That high fructose corn syrup BS is in everything. G Twilight, you right about that. And that's when I think they said high fructose corn syrup came out in the 80s. Let me see. Let's see when high fructose corn syrup came out. When did high fructose corn syrup come out? High fructose corn syrup was first produced in 1957, but it did not gain widespread commercial use until the 1970s and 80s. Right. It began to replace table sugar in food and beverage products, particularly in the U.S., due to economic factors like government corn subsidies and higher sugar prices. Damn, so that's crazy. So they letting you know that because sugar became more expensive, they figured out a way to make the food sweeter and make you crave it more. And it was more cost effective for them. So that's where high fructose corn syrup came into play. Early commercialization, it was first marketed in the U.S. in the early 1970s. Widespread adoption. By the 1980s, its use had exploded as major food and beverage companies like Coca-Cola and Pepsi switched from sugar to high fructose corn syrup to cut costs. Damn. And that shit is like the worst shit you could put in your body, man, that high fructose corn syrup. And people drink that shit every day, man. I used to love that shit, man. It reminded me of when I was a kid, man. Me and my friends, we used to go to Carl's Jr., and that was back in the 90s, man, when that raspberry iced tea came out. We used to love that shit. We'll get the big ass cup, the big cup like this, and fill it up with raspberry iced tea. You know what I mean? Or, which was even crazier thinking about it now, we used to do the suicide. How many of y'all used to do the suicide, man? Put a hand in the chat if you used to make suicides at the restaurants. The suicide is when you put a little bit of all the different sodas in there. So you put some orange in there, put some Sprite in there, put some root beer in there, put some Pepsi in there, put some iced tea up, and you put all the different high fructose corn syrup, different flavored drinks in your shit. The big ass cup like this, you just getting all the different flavors, man. That shit was crazy, and we used to drink that shit too. Man, we used to really drink that, man. I couldn't imagine drinking no shit like that nowadays, boy. That's crazy. When I was a kid, I used to love that shit, man. Like, damn, they was doing some damage. They did a cold number on us, man. Right, like Bill said, I probably could have been a chemist. For real, me too, man. I could have been a chemist my damn self, you know, because I was a beast with that suicide. Oh, I definitely mixed all the drinks back then. The American diet focuses too much chicken and not enough of other meats like steak, beef, liver, bison, buffalo. The bread we eat also has no benefits. Jay Johnson, you right about that. And it's scary, like when you learn, speaking of chicken, right? When you learn about what they put them chickens through, man, and then they chop that shit up and sell it to us, man, them chickens be going through a rough life, boy. It'll make you not want to think about no chicken. See, now that I'm down here in Colombia right now, I feel a lot better about eating chicken. Because I don't think the chickens down here go through the same thing them American chickens go through. But, man.
Anthony Clark says, true story, it scared me so bad that I sat it in the dumpster and rolled it down the street. Those highly flammable warnings were scaring me. All I thought about was Bushwick Bill, shaking my head. Yeah. Oh, Drew Smooth, that's what's up. He said, Freeze, you put me on a 99% lean ground turkey. I fuck with that heavy now. Yeah, because the 99% lean ground turkey, I think it got, what, like 28 grams of protein in it? Something like that. I ain't been able to find that out here, man. I wish I could. But, you know, for now, I'm doing the ground chicken. I found some ground turkey out here, but it only got like 14 grams of protein per serving. Whereas the ground chicken that I've been getting got 21 grams of protein per serving. So, yeah. Dexter's Lab had nothing on us. Be over there like Mandark. With the Mandark laugh too, the ha 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 ha. Mixing up the sodas like ha 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 ha. Max A says, would you be vegetarian and does it make you look and feel younger? I used to think about being vegetarian before, but nowadays I don't think I would do it. It's a lot of benefits that come with eating meat, man. So I think I'm gonna always have some kind of animal flesh in my diet, whether it's fish or poultry, and a little bit of lamb here and there. I think I'm gonna always have some meat in my diet. Oh, that's another thing I didn't mention that I quit too. When I was talking about the things that I cut out earlier, another thing that I cut out that I haven't had for almost 3 years is shellfish. And I love shellfish, man. I love shrimp. I love crab legs. I love lobster. But I ain't had none of that stuff. I love clams, oysters, mussels. Man, I ain't had none of that in 3 years, man. I'm proud of myself for that. Let me give myself some props on that. But shit, man, it don't even seem like we've been live almost 4.5 hours, man. Black Warrior Spirit says, thanks for this priceless nutrition, Mr. Freeze. I got to run to the gym now after my lunch with the pimpin'. For sure. Dig that, man. Have you a good session at the gym, man. Max A says, don't you think the harshness animals go through will make you quit eating meat? In the U.S., you know, I can't be mad at that. You know what I mean? But, you know, other parts of the world, I can't really say it's the same. Joe Blast says, I had mussels once, no thanks. No, I said mussels, and I think I've had mussels too, but when I said mussels, I was really thinking of scallops. I love scallops, but I ain't had none of that stuff in 3 years, man. Man, shrimp with the scallops, oh man.
Just thinking about that shit, man. That stuff is fire, man. But I quit that stuff cold turkey and ain't had none of that lately, man. But yeah, man. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this thing on up, man. If you ain't wiped your feet off at the door when you step into a Pimp's Domain, please make sure you wipe your feet off at the door before you go, man. Hit that like button, you dig? Hydrate my game one more time. No, if that's the case, vegetables getting snatched out the ground is harsh too. That's funny. Now, I ain't gonna lie, them chickens, man, especially in America, the way they do them chickens, man, you see how they do them chickens, man, it'll make you probably not want to eat no more chicken. For real, it probably make you not want no more chicken, man. But, as always, man, I appreciate y'all for tuning in and tapping in with a pimp. Man, this thing be tripping. But I appreciate y'all for all the comments, questions, input, jokes, feedback, all that good stuff. Hold up. I appreciate you for sharing this video. I appreciate you for subscribing. I appreciate you for hitting the bell when you subscribe. I appreciate all the super chats, the cash apps, the PayPals. I appreciate your support in every which way that you comes with it, man. Y'all already know who it is and what it is. Freeze is it. If you out in traffic moving around, please do so in a safe fashion. And of course, as always, long live the incomparable Sinful to P. We out.